Well, howdy, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Getting a later start than I had intended, but we are started here. So, getting some final windows in place here. Alrighty, I think I am good. So we've been building this Dash wallet. It's come pretty far. We're pretty much at a stage 1. We've got all of our latest changes merged to master, which means on the main URL that we're promoting, this should be our master branch and up to date with all of the latest fixes as of a few days ago. Don't need those right now. Let's see. So this is our roadmap. That's a little too wide there. And adjust this a little bit. Okay. All right, so we've got a lot of this done. Let me get a wallet or a phrase added here. I'm going to go ahead and use one that should have some funds in it right now. And I'm going to call this JoJo. And enter a password. We encrypt. All right. And I'm probably going to need another window here. And copy that. All right. And I need another wallet in this one. And I think this one should be empty. All right, so I've got 2 wallets here. This one is called Byte. I could go in here and say Byte. All right, now we've got an updated profile there, and we can go here and say JoJo, save. Okay, so we've got 2 different wallets on different seed phrases. And I'm going to say new here, and I should be able to copy that and paste it here and add contact. So that added. Okay. And the reason I did it that way is I wanted to test this out real quick. I had done some changes in a recent stream, try and fix something for iOS users. And I believed it was working. However, I was just informed by Ryan that this might not be working for if you're trying to add an address. So if I paste this address in and say byte, say byte, and contact, that looked like it added. So I was able to add by address. I'm actually going to wipe out the data real quick here. and redo this. So refresh, add an existing wallet. I believe I used this one. Paste that in there. Call it Jojo. Add, enter a password, encrypt. Okay, and I did that just to reset this information here. Well, not this contact information. To reset the index. So now instead of the address, I want to paste the xpub. So this should be the xpub to the Byte wallet. And if I say Byte and Byte, that looks like it worked as well. This time it should have an xpub, which means it should generate new addresses for that user. All right, those worked at least on my local version, which my local version is on master. So that should be up to date. All right. Okay, I'm trying to think through what else there could be to test that or reproduce the problem. I was going to say I should test on the full URI, but I did test the full URI right here, so that did work right there. That's weird. I'll think on that, and maybe we will touch on that later in the stream again. I'm looking for something real quick. Okay, so part of what I want to do on this stream is get the roadmap here and some of the changes in this issue here converted into a project here on GitHub. So let's see. Team planning, manage your team's work items, plan upcoming cycles, and understand team capacity. Manage your team's prioritized work items when planning for a feature release. I kind of think we want a Kanban style board. I know it kind of supports both. What I want to do, I might create a couple, let's see. Let's see if that works. All right. Status board. Okay, it does have that. That's good. This might be decent, but I think I also want to make another one just to see what that other option looked like. Let me drag that over here. And so that was the feature release one. Let's do a team planning and say, okay, so maybe I'll pull that out so I can kind of see them side by side. We've got that one and this one. So this one has the backlog shown as a Kanban list. It has team capacity, current iteration. It's pretty similar, just with slightly different names, it looks like. It does have a roadmap. We've got a roadmap here. Okay. So I was originally thinking more like this bottom right one. When I was thinking backlog, it's more what I'm used to. However, I don't hate this one in the list like so. With a status board, you can still see it. And I kind of like this list better. So it's got backlog, ready, in progress, in review, done. So I like how that's organized more than just to do, in progress, and done. Oh wait, I do have a scroll bar. Is there more here? No, that's it. All right. Um, so roadmap, I think, is the same. In capacity. Where do you set the iterations? Iteration. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's add those for now. And I'm also gonna see add. That's not right. I'm confused why. Okay, now they're in the roadmap. Okay, that's weird. It took a little while to get this updated. Got a weird buzzing noise. I don't know where it's coming from. Oh, I should get some music going. Let me do that.
It's about time you showed up, Fox. You're the only hope for our
Hmm.
world. Roger, General. We're entering Corneria City now. All aircraft report. Falco here. I'm fine. This is Peppy. All systems go.
Flippy here. I'm okay.
I don't understand how you set priority, though.
Open the wing. Here they come.
I'm leaning towards this one, but I'm trying to figure out some of, like, the quirks of, right, where do you set priority?
Everybody stay alert. It's quiet. Too quiet. I'll check it out. I see him up ahead. Let's rock and roll. Surprise attack! Coming from above!
See, that's what I was thinking should be there. I don't know why it wasn't in there. Didn't miss it, did I? Not that I see. Okay. E0, priority 0, 1, 2.
Fuck! Get this guy off me!
I'm on it. Let's back up the squadron.
Okay. That is so bizarre. They did not include the priority column by default. Make it clear it's no priority, but no way to set it. That's very odd. All right, so with that, we can do priority. Then we can move that back there for now. All right, I am leaning towards this one that I called Wallet UI Roadmap, and I'm going to actually move the other one off screen. And just so it doesn't confuse things, I'm actually going to go ahead and delete it real quick. It's easy enough to add this back in later if we need to.
You did good, Fox. We are in your debt. Roger, General.
Okay. This noise I keep hearing is very much irritating me. I also just saw this, what is it, milestone? I'm wondering where we set milestones. Got iteration here for status board. Roadmap. Okay, so roadmap is the main priority, I think. But I'm trying to see if there is a milestone thing. Milestone. What if this were a board? Yeah, I don't know how you add milestones. That's odd. Is that got that fields? Oh, that's why. Because I changed and added the priority, but I hadn't saved it yet. Wondering if there's a way to like set a specific issue or something as a milestone. Under your repository name, click issues. Ah. So milestones, new milestone. Okay. That's why. I mean, this seems kind of buried, but that's essentially it. So, you create a milestone, due date, milestone to help organize your issues and pull requests, learn about more about milestones and issues. Okay. Those aren't actually what I was thinking. Maybe they are. Oh, the due date's optional. Okay. So what I wanted to do was say stage 1. MVP version of the, and maybe I'll actually type it out, or I don't know. Sometimes people aren't familiar with the terminology. So minimum viable product version of the wallet UI. Okay, so let's say that stage 1. Let's say stage 2. And I'm gonna reposition this real quick so I can see here. Stage 2. EP plus some nice features that were originally left. Features and enhancements that improve the overall experience. All right, so we've got stage 1, stage 2. Now, if we come into here, if I add in the milestone, And I'm going to move it first, so... There we go. That is part of what I was hoping for, is so we can organize things a little bit better. I'm assuming this bugs should have a filter. No. Okay, that's odd. So I think this should be so yeah, then the bugs should be literally a list of issues marked with bug, roadmap, status, and review. Okay, this is a decent start. Okay, so we've got a bunch of this stuff. I'm not gonna... I think it would be good long term to get stage 1 in here, but short term, I don't think I want to add all of that stuff into the roadmap here. I am, however, curious. I figured out the milestone thing. I'm trying to see how you define the priority things. This is where most my project tracking I've done has been in, why can't I think of it? It's the one by Atlassian. So I was most used to that interface, but even then I haven't used that interface for several years now, so... Hmm. Um, right. Ah, I finally found it. Okay, so all right. I believe, unless I need to click save. Aha, cool. So now we've got P3, 4, 5, and 6. I specifically set 6 so that it looks like it's something we want to keep track of, but we're not really giving it any real priority. Anything above that, it gets different colors. I would say like P3 would likely be things that are planned, but are not necessarily like breaking anything type of stuff. P2, P1, and P0 would be like P0 is a bug and something is not working at all and has to be fixed right away. P1 would be it's maybe a bug and it's broken, but it's not breaking everything. You can still get to other things. And P2 would be maybe it's not technically a bug, but it is a higher priority feature that we want to get to sooner rather than later. And then, actually, you know what I should do is, let me drag this over to, so I think you can edit it, and I could say, oh yeah, that'll be nice. So bug in need of a critical hot fix. Bug or feature not functioning correctly, but not in need of a critical hot fix. Let's see. Feature or enhancement that should be added ASAP. However, not critical. Planned feature to be implemented. Feature or enhancement be implemented. See, planned feature or enhancement to be implemented. I don't know if I want to say ASAP again. I don't like saying ASAP. Maybe I'll just leave it there. I think I'm gonna make this one requested feature or enhancement. Not currently included in roadmap. Not currently planned for and included in roadmap. Actually, I'm gonna cut that one. I think I want that one to be this. So P5 will be that. Specific. So keep track of an issue without any specific priority, right? maybe, let's do... request feature or enhancement. Let's say that should be added to the roadmap. I think that's pretty good. Okay, so that gives us priorities, and I'm wondering, hey, look at that. That's actually kind of nice. So now it actually says what these are. I was wondering if it was going to hover. Cool. Awesome. I'm glad I added that. So now we've got priorities. Let me modify that real quick. So feature, let's say bug, feature, or enhancement that should be worked on as soon as possible. That's what I wanted. Not loving that. Let's see how that looks. So bug in need of a critical hotfix. Bug or feature not functioning correctly, but not in need of a critical hotfix. Bug, feature, or enhancement that should be worked on as soon as possible. Plan feature or enhancement to be implemented. I'm also not liking that. I'm using punctuation in some of them, but not in all of them. Well, at least a period at the end. So I'm removing that period. Okay. So now we've got bug in need of critical hotfix. Bug or feature not functioning correctly, but not in need of a critical hotfix. Plan feature or enhancement to be implemented. Okay. We can switch them around if needed. Okay, so Trying to see if any of these need to be converted and added. I think something like these might need to be converted and added to the roadmap. Oh, and it looks like AJ added some notes, which I did ask him to, but I didn't catch that those were at the bottom before. Wallet funding backup total. As far as the feedback here from AJ, we went over this on the shared stream that we did. The skip passphrase thing isn't a priority to me right now. I mean, it might be something that I test to see if we can enter an empty string and if it will work. But if that doesn't work, I don't want to spend more time on it right now. That's a figure it out later type of thing. The none, the reason I discount this option is we will have to make sure that if you don't specify a password, you know the password is none. And if someone backs up their key phrase with none as the password and they don't realize that and don't pay attention to the stuff. So I'm much more okay with an empty string where it's encrypted but with an empty value, if that's even possible, than I am using an actual word where they need to know that word. And if they don't know that word or don't realize that they need to know that word, then they've got something encrypted with a password they don't know. And yeah, I don't like that. I agree with this. However, it is not QA feedback. It's already a planned feature and we're just not getting to it yet. So, but that is a planned feature. It's somewhere. I forget where, but I think we had shifted it actually. Transactions view. So it's in stage 3 right now. I agree. Like, I do actually want that. It would be higher priority if it was just me making this list and priorities, but I don't think it's taking priority right now. I shouldn't have to click send 3 times to send, but there definitely should be an animation and a 2-second sending. I don't think I don't know what he means by that. So regardless of where you start, if you go here or here, you've got to click that at least once to get into here. Once you've clicked that, you have to enter some sort of value. So let's do that much. And then you click send, which does a confirmation, and you should have a confirmation. If he thinks we're going to remove that, you know, fat chance, AJ. You definitely need a confirmation, but even then, we've got to fix this because with the implementation of the Dash Wallet JS, this is no longer what gets sent. So that's part of what I do need to work on in the stream, but I'm focusing on some planning stuff first here. But once you click send here, it does send. So let me pull up the other window before I click send here. There it is. All right, so if I drag that over. All right, so if I click send, this should get a balance. So this last one is literally a confirmation. So we can view the transaction. This should have updated. I hate when this happens, but there it is. But to my point, this is what I dislike, is I said sent 0.1, it sent almost, you know, a whole half extra. I understand the reasoning behind how he had planned this, and if you're expecting that, I think it's fine. But in general, I think people are expecting the exact amount, not this extra stuff. So I do need to address this issue in this stream if possible. I don't know if I'll actually get it fixed, but if we can, we're going to try and figure out how to get it to send precise numbers, or as precise as possible, with fees, and then on max send still use what we implemented for dash wallet JS. And it might literally be switching all other values that get sent that aren't within a certain margin of error of the full wallet balance. But even then, like, even if you were going, like, there might be some scenarios where you want to send 99% or something. And if I tried to do it like, if you're within 1%, send the entire amount, like, that's still, this is, this is where, I had planned this out, and Ryan was supposed to be on stream here, but we did chat a little bit off stream. And I was trying to make the point that everything in stage 1 up to the QA process was planned. And I had roadmapped it. We had a designer work on it. So a lot of this thinking had already happened. And we get to the QA stage and we skip some steps here in the QA stage of the planning. We kind of were trying to just hammer out bugs and get things fixed as quickly as possible. But we've had several things where I do a fix and then I fix something else and it affected the other fix that I did, specifically around like event handlers, for example. I'm modifying event handlers and some of the dialogues catch like click events before it leaves the dialogues. Other ones don't. And so there's been some scenarios where I override a click event in the dialogue and then it actually breaks something else where I was trying to capture it. And just things like that where I've fixed something several times now. And I've taken some time in my own time, like, you know, not even Dash Incubator time, and I've tried to figure out a better, more solid solution for this that will get us around this possibly overriding event handler stuff. I haven't found one that I liked yet, but there's stuff like that's happened where not all the work is being captured in these streams. There's stuff going on behind the scenes. There's stuff that is I'm thinking about just, you know, day-to-day type stuff where I'm going, all right, so I know this is coming up. I know I'm going to have to work on that. I'm wondering how I should solve it. And I don't necessarily have the solution when I'm on stream. And so maybe I don't finish it. Maybe I wait till the next stream. And, you know, in my downtime, whenever I'm, you know, vegging, watching a show, whatever, like playing a game, like it's there in the back of my mind, and eventually my mind figures it out and I get on the stream here, and, you know, hopefully within the span of the stream, sometimes it's a couple hours, sometimes it's several hours, sometimes it's many hours, but because I've already done that thinking and kind of planning mentally of, I know these features are coming up, I'm going to have to figure out a way to get them implemented. I've already figured out some underlying stuff and order, like kind of order of operations to do them in to make it the most efficient. And so to loop this back in, stage 1 was the most planned that I did. Everything else beyond stage 1 has been more loose because I assumed once we got to stage 1, we will want to adjust the other stages to go, okay, now that we've played with it, now that we see it working, we're going to need to like add this other feature. And so we have done that a bit. Like this roadmap is quite a bit different than, you know, stage 2 and beyond than it was originally. And it being in this markdown file, I feel like I've kept tighter control of it, but maybe too tight of control. And that's part of why I'm wanting to get this shifted into some sort of board like this, where the roadmap is more defined in this GitHub project, where you can pop in, you can see the priorities of things like, oh, all of these bugs are actually breaking things and have to be fixed as soon as possible. And then, but also like, okay, all of these things are planned for. This is going to be coming soon, you know, like if we were to switch one of these into backlog, we would know it's ready to be worked on. Or actually backlog isn't even ready to be worked on. It's just I think, what is it called in Agile? I think grooming. Like we've groomed the issue, bug, whatever. We know it's ready, so we stick it in the backlog. Once it's ready to be picked up, so normally when you're doing sprint systems, you would move the stuff you want the entire team to work on inside of the ready, I think. And then team members would go, yeah, I can work on that, pull it in, and you'd assign things and they would be in progress in that sprint. And then hopefully within that sprint, you get it to the in review status and you have the stakeholders, or sometimes it's just the project owner, organizer, PO, whatever they call them, you know, like for instance, this might be Ryan. So when it's in review, that means Ryan needs to take a look at this or have someone else that he considers a reviewer, like, or QA, for example. If you had dedicated QA, I don't know if we'll ever get dedicated QA for this project, but if you had them, they would take over in review. And actually one of the things I actually like one more column here. So while it's in progress, that means I'm writing code, whatever, I'm figuring out the bug, and in review means I finished that. It's time for someone to take a look at this. I like to have an approved, or like approved to merge, something like that. So once the reviewer has taken a look, has verified it works to the level they're expecting, they move it into a approved column. And then once I've had the time to merge it into the master, that's when I would move it into a done column. Once it's actually been merged and it's treated as released to production. So that's what I've kind of been looking at here, at shifting this from the README, where you kind of have to be a coder, you have to have the GitHub repository checked out, modified. I mean, yeah, you could do it online, but maybe some people aren't as comfortable with that. Whereas in this fashion, if you, that's not what I want. So instead of someone needing the repository checked out or to be modifying the code, even if it is just to README, they could just make a new issue here and, you know, write out what it's about. Maybe it's a feature request, maybe it's a bug report, whatever. So they could report that, and they probably wouldn't see all these options if you're not on the project. But then we could take a look and go, oh yeah, that's a bug. We verified that. Let's go ahead and add a bug label. Oh, this is a feature JojoByte built. Let's go ahead and assign that to JojoByte. Or this is something Cool AJ86 built. Let's assign it to Cool AJ86. So you can do those things, organize it, add it to the project. So if we went in here, we could add it to the wallet roadmap, and then once it's added, we can prioritize it and everything like that. So maybe I'll go ahead and add one of these to kind of demonstrate that. I think that one, let's see. This doesn't seem right, actually, that stage 2 includes these. I'm surprised, but I think that's a newer addition. I guess uses the dash URI from above. Maybe I will copy this and reword this. So I'll do it underneath there. So I think we would do let's call it dash URL. Implement shareable dash URL. So part of the reason this wasn't originally done is I don't think we had decided on where this would be hosted. Initially, I believe we were planning to host this on what is it? GitHub Pages. And I think this might still deploy the master branch to GitHub Pages, but we have our own domain here. So we've got -incubator.dev. And so we finally decided to put wallet.-incubator.dev. So with that URL, it's slightly easier to say, I'm trying to think. I guess he did include it right there. So that's why I was moving this around, is let's pull this up real quick. I'm pretty sure I have it up, but I'm just going to pull it up in a new tab there. And so inside of the spec AJ, cool AJ86 made, he specifies this. However, we didn't have the URL. That's what I'm talking about. We didn't know what domain it was going to live on yet. So now that we know what URL we want to be on, we can implement this. So let me finish rephrasing this. So implement shareable -URL. Wondering, yeah, perfect. Maybe I will change that and say as described in that, as described in I think that should work. So implement shareable -URL as described in there. And then we'll copy this part with as the base URL. Okay, so now I'm going to delete all of that. And if we look at the preview, this is actually really weird to me. I'm not certain why it's getting this spacing between all of these. It might actually be because of that, though. Let me see. Ha! Nope, I was wrong. Sometimes there's some weird... Oh, maybe... Is it happening in multiple places? So there can be some weird issues with how empty to-do lists get processed. I guess that wasn't it. So yeah, I'm not sure why this list is looking like that when the other list does not. Stage 1, stage 2. It's just so bizarre because this formatting is all messed up. This one is not. Not like WTF. Why the frankincense? I'm like, I did copy and paste stuff. Hey, look at that. That's odd. Okay, so apparently there must have been some sort of encoding in there that was messing with the formatting. So that or one of them had a line ending that shouldn't have been there. I'm assuming that would change if it was wrong, but now that I've seen that, I'm actually going to go ahead and make sure I enforce it, the whole file, and think save with encoding UTF-8. Okay. That's a little bit better. This is also partially implemented. Say partially because the max send sometimes mostly works-ish, but not all the time. And it also, that implementation, I use the same or similar stuff to do the partial sending. And in that scenario is where it's now sending imprecise values, which is what I was showing with the balance. Where is that thing? There it is. So this should have just this 0.001, not this 41400 afterwards. That shouldn't be there. At least if it was precise. Okay. But I digressed. I was describing something, and now I realize I never finished what I was describing. In the project planning, I was talking about some of the stuff that's been planned offline, so not while streaming, is how to arrange things visually. And when features are added, even like that weren't planned for, like the max option, they're not in the designs. So I came up with, some of the code we've already got in there. I just use that, and you've got this kind of stuff now. So it works. It might not be the best design, but it is working, and it allows the functionality. Sometimes we're trying to match it to the design without breaking the established patterns. For example, one of the things is this. Every other dialogue in here has a title right there, but none of them have to deal with delete. This contact one has delete there, and it doesn't have a title, but essentially the title is the contact avatar. None of the other dialogues have an avatar type setup for them. So we've got this kind of anti-pattern for the dialogue. I didn't think this up. This is from the design, and it's from the Figma that Nick had done. But there's other things like pairing with a new contact, or this part that hasn't been fixed yet, where we had to have this in here. And I did the best I had without spending tons of time on it, without like designing it first. And so I got the functionality we needed to so that we could test things in here. That took time to think through an acceptable option, but even then, it's not a great option. To find a better solution, we're probably going to need to implement some sort of tabbed interface, at least for the new contact pairing. And we don't have anything like that. So that's going to be extra work. It's going to be, more CSS, more establishing styles, more trying to make sure the new styles don't affect anything negatively. That's all stuff that, at least for me, it occupies a different space in my brain, because CSS, so the styling of the site, is your visual implementation of the functionality. And it's different to me. There is some JavaScript that is mostly setting up design, but there's a lot of JavaScript that's actually implementing the functionality. And so they're kind of different headspaces. And planning for that ahead of time, knowing I'm going to be doing more CSS focused work, more style focused work in this stream, is easier to think of ahead of time, and then when I get into it, doing it is easier. But if I get into a stream thinking, all right, I'm going to be doing a lot of JavaScript, it's going to be a lot of functionality, I'm going to be implementing and interacting with some of the libraries AJ built, I'm going to have to make sure they're implemented correctly, I'm going to have to test these features, I'm going to have to send different ways and send different amounts and stuff like that. That it's just a different process from the I've got to pop up a new dialog. It's got 2 tabs. How is this going to look on mobile? How's it going to look full screen? What happens if a user chooses to size their browser window weird, where instead of doing, or weird to me, it might not even be weird, like, you know, like this might seem weird on a desktop, but if you're on a mobile phone, that's pretty much what you're dealing with. So depending on device usage, or I usually keep these windows, you know, roughly a rectangle that is more height than it is wide. But if you're on a tablet viewing this, you're probably going to be more wide like that than high. And now suddenly you have a bunch of stuff cut off. So there's a lot of visual thinking that goes in to planning this stuff out that we kind of didn't capture in the QA stuff. We were trying to squash bugs, and we didn't plan for these things, or even plan enough that like it gets us in the ballpark. Some of the stuff, like implementing the send full, it's added more complexity that now needs to be solved for. So it either needs to be reverted, or I need to revert portions of the code and re-implement other portions, because the old stuff I had was more precise. The new stuff is more private. I like having both. I like the option of I want more private, but even that means, okay, how would we display that? We've got this. I just added these buttons. I don't think Ryan likes the half. I don't think AJ likes the half. I like having the half option. I like being able to see, okay, that's half my wallet balance right there. And I also like having the full. We could shift these around, but it means tinkering with CSS. I've seen some things, they put them right above here, like almost in line, but we don't have this title probably big enough, so we would have to maybe adjust this title to account for moving these. And then when you focus it, that is a design. This is from the Figma design. So if we were to move these up above, so you've got a label on the left side and the half and full, or even just the full option on the right, we'd have to adjust and tinker with already established design stuff. And so there's a lot of little things like this that go into the planning and into the headspace of, okay, I'm working on design. I need to find a way to do this in CSS, and if possible, keep it as minimal as possible. We don't want to add 800 lines of CSS just for buttons, you know, like that kind of thing. Like, and so if we add the tabbed interface, we don't have an established pattern. If I try not to add too much CSS, it means we might be altering already established patterns, or I could just make a new class, you know, that accounts for tabbed interfaces and try to build it out. But you could find that just wrapping it for that other class loses styles that are established. So we're going to have to adjust the styles. So point being, there's a lot more that goes into this planning than I think is always accounted for, or that you even see. Like, this is a very distilled plan. The initial stage 1, I had thought this through. I had thought, you know, how do I describe this, that it conveys what needs to get done without all of these minute details of, I'm going to have to think through this, and I'll be in style mode in this stream, or I'll be in functional mode in this stream. And, or like this contact pairing stuff, like we need to get, you know, share the pairing contact info. Well, I don't think this one was originally in there, even though we knew we had to account for the dash URIs. We just had like the add a contact, list, edit, removed. And then we had funding, request and send. And a lot of these are distilled down to very small explanations of what is actually done. And I think that is appropriate for a roadmap. The roadmap should be digestible to a non-technical user, more or less. Like, it should be digestible and readable by, you know, if this was a company, the executive of the company should be able to read the roadmap and go, okay, I have a pretty good idea of what we're going to get done and what the plan is for getting that done. He doesn't need to know that, well, funding is going to need CSS and none of the CSS is built, so we're going to have to build it from scratch. And when we build that, we're going to have to alter the dialogue, and the dialogue affects the contact. So yeah, that's my point. There are all those details that must be accounted for, but not necessarily conveyed in the roadmap. But they should be captured as much as possible in the planning inside of, where is it? Here. So that's what I'm talking about here. To loop this all, that was a very long rant, my apologies. But to loop this all back, a lot of the planning that I had done was in my head and not necessarily captured in issues. Not like, if someone wants to go through, why was this decision made? Why was this organized the way it was? There was more than just that. Like, for example, funding being here came after contacts, because unless you have a contact, the way we were planning, so exactly this, you couldn't send funds to a contact that didn't exist because we were planning to make this contact based. So it made far more sense to build the contacts first and then implement the funding, even though we could have done funding first and just had this field be normal dash addresses. But as the goal was to support XPub pairing of contacts made more sense to do that first. And then once the contacts were established, we were able to implement both dash address and alias sending. So you can select an alias from your contacts, or you could just drop an address in there. And there were decisions like that made, and it is logical, but not necessarily conveyed in this roadmap. But if we had used this instead of just a list like this, or a to-do list like I had been keeping of, the to-do list was things that I will be working on the next stream or this stream type of stuff. But that didn't always get, I've committed the to-do list, and I think everything I've ever added has been committed, even though I've removed stuff as it's been completed. It's easier to view that in a certain way if all of these were issues in the first place. So if each one of these features that we were trying to tackle, we had as an issue, people could go through and go, okay, that was a feature. And now with this setup with the roadmap, so instead of maintaining it in a markdown file like so, we can maintain it once I've got it converted over into this format. And oh my gosh, I've talked so much. Let's be done with the talking and get with the doing. How about that? So I'm going to do this as the first one I'm going to add, mostly because this is kind of done and it's kind of part of stage one, kind of not. I'm not really sure yet, but I'm going to shift that for now. And let's get to here. So I'm going to call this that, implement shareable dash URL. And then I can copy this over. And actually, I might unindent this just so that it's not indented. So implement shareable dash URL as described in URL incompatibility with, oh wait, don't need that one. And I may also include, where was that? This. But I will do that, and we will say so wallet dash incubator dev contact pair. I'm not 100% certain I'm going to use that, but I figured that's a decent example of what it might look like. Coin. I don't know if we need the coin, but if we do include that, I might include it for now. AJ had specified it here in the dip, so I will go ahead and include it for now. So coin will essentially be what the protocol is. So I'll treat that as the protocol. I changed the nickname. I don't agree with that, so I think this is alias or. Oh, no, that's right. Preferred. So the OIDC stuff that AJ links to, he had chosen nickname from that. Where is that? That. Okay. So I'm gonna doppelganger this. There we go. All right, so let's zoom into. How about that? So AJ originally chose nickname, but there's also this preferred username. And because the usernames are not enforced, and we call them aliases, I think preferred username works. We will try and give you as close to the username as possible, but if someone pairs with me and I've called my wallet Jojo and they already know a Jojo, it will just add a word to the end. So it'll do an underscore and a random word that is in the word list for seed phrases. So I use preferred username here versus nickname, and to exactly my point, Jojo is a nickname for me. AJ is a nickname for AJ. It's not his real name. It's not his given name, his family name, his middle name. It might be a combination of a couple of those, but it's his nickname. Jojo is my nickname. But, depending on your contact, you might want to have given, family, whatever, and nickname where, I call AJ for the most part, but a lot of times on stream, I try to say his actual preferred username of CoolAJ86. That's what he's known on. So if someone wants to look him up and I say his preferred username, so CoolAJ86, people should be able to find him on the internet. Whereas if I just say AJ, unless you're exactly familiar with our project and no, I mean CoolAJ86, you might not know who that is. And so that is my point to why I did preferred username instead of nickname there. I think I do use name, maybe. Let's see. What do I call this? Profile name. Yeah, I'm pretty sure profile name maps to name. I don't think I do given, family, or middle name right now. We could maybe at some point, but I didn't implement that. So I'm just going to call it name for now. And There you go. Adam Sandler reference. Boom. And I've been using Xpub right now. All right. So implement shareable -URL as described in the URL and URI compatibility with -Incubator as the base URL. And then I show the example, contact, pair, coin dash, preferred username, little Nicky, name Nick, and I don't actually know, or rather I should say I knew at one point, but I don't remember the exact reasons for doing part of it after the hash. I think AJ had said once that, or cool AJ86, the hash is not sent over the network request. But to that point, then I'd say, why send any of this? So if someone is to click the link, I'd rather have everything after the hash and have it not sent to the server, so we can, you know, truthfully say we're not sending any of your data to our servers. So I think I would actually put all of that after. So I think I would do what? Coin dash. Let's see. I'm going to close that for now. Copy that Xpub. So contact pair, coin dash, Xpub, preferred username, nickname, or name. Nickname. Name is equal to Nick. That's my bad. I read that in reverse. Especially because I kept saying nickname. Maybe I should change that. Let's use the good old trusty John. And we'll say John Doe. Okay. So there you go. Wallet, Xpub, preferred username, name, John. Okay. So before I do this, let's say assigned to me, labels will be enhancement. Say projects, we're going to add this to the roadmap. Milestone will be stage 2. And submit new issue. Okay. Took me longer than I intended to get there, but figured it was worth explaining some of this stuff so that if anyone wants to understand why things were done this way, they can. So now, as you can see, we didn't have a priority option when I added this. It wasn't shown anywhere. Which is fine, even if I'm part of the project. It's okay, I think, to not have a priority there, because then when it gets added, it goes into the no priority. And if this was a bug report or a feature request or anything like that, it would go into our no priority rather than a, oh, someone reported a bug. It's a critical hotfix. I need to work on this right away. It's like, oh no. Almost every user who reports a bug often thinks it's a critical hotfix. And so sometimes you got to prioritize. And even though it might be annoying to that user, it's not actually a critical bug. Like no functionality that is intended to, like, doesn't work, or Let's see, what would be a good example? I'll think about that. I don't know if I have one off the top of my head, but I'll think that over and maybe give an example in a moment. Okay, but we do have this set under no priority. And this is where I would change the priority and say this is a planned feature. So it's going to go into P3. It is for milestone stage 2. Status. I think I'm going to add that to the backlog. So if we look here, that's now in the backlog. I have not messed with this yet. So let me see. Okay. It's assigned to me. Bugs in review. Status in review. Table bug. Roadmap. Just trying to figure out create an iteration containing Friday, February, and add items here. Iteration 1. Okay, so that's added to iteration 1 already, it looks like. I'm trying to figure out how iterations are set. Iteration 1. Okay. Hmm. Might actually, I'm gonna remove that. Okay. And let's see. Okay. So apparently these different custom fields are here. So I'd already adjusted the priorities. The iteration is current, planned. It looks like this defaulted to what, 2-week sprints? Yeah. So it looks like it defaulted to 2-week sprints. I'm wondering if we can adjust. Trusting. Okay, so I do think I want it starting on a Monday. Okay, apply. This one could also start on a Monday. Be on or after the 12th? Why? That one doesn't have to be. Let's save that and see. Now with that, we okay. Oh. So they're all starting the next day. Okay, that makes, I guess, a little more sense. This is where I think I'd rather have this set up so that that's what, 1, 2 to Friday. And then if I add an iteration, it starts on the 9th and goes to the 22nd. Add an iteration from the 23rd to the 5th. Do I like that? I don't like that. Generally speaking, I don't think you want to end your sprint. Not that we're switching to sprints, but you don't generally want to end on a Friday, because if you deploy stuff to production and you break stuff, you broke on a Friday. So you got to scramble to get team members or whoever can to fix things. And so it's generally better to end it midweek. For me personally, as I often will work Saturdays, that's not the biggest issue to me. But to anyone else, if we have anyone else come in and join the project, it might be better to maybe it is good to start on a Tuesday and end on a Monday. That might be fine. But I think it would probably be better to end a sprint on a Tuesday. So actually do that till there, I think. So then you do you're starting midweek. If you, well, you're ending on Tuesday and you start the new one on Wednesday. So if you deploy anything and break anything, you still have time in the week left to add stuff. So I'm actually going to do that as the timing for now. And I'll add 2 additional iterations. So that's 2 weeks. I wonder if there's a way to... Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. So I don't actually like 2-week sprints. I never felt like they were enough time. So I'm actually going to make this a 3-week. I'm gonna start it and end there. No, end there. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna save that for now. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so now if we go back here and to roadmap, it's gone. But we can add it in there. So all right, we've at least got one of these in there. And then we could also do this. So we could say this is number 43. It doesn't look pretty here, but once we commit this to the GitHub, it will replace number 43 with that actual issue. So let me make sure that this PWA one doesn't exist. Let's see, issues. I probably need to go through and close out some of these. Add a refresh button. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be in there. Even if it is, it looks like it would have been closed by now. So I will do a new issue here. All right, so new issue. Oh, wait, I was thinking of the wrong thing. Let me check again. PWA. Move edit, mobile session. Issues. Yeah, it's not going to be in there. Okay, so new issue. PWA improvements and fixes. On iOS, after installing app to home screen, upon launching, the app flashes white instead of the established color scheme. Appears to be an issue with PWAs on iOS. Android shows correct colors on launch. Load screen. And let me check, because I had found something that described the issue, and I want to see if I can find the link. Hmm. I'm not finding the issue right now. Let me search it real quick though. This might be it. Nah, the issue that I had found before. I might be able to add those. That might actually fix it. This is not what I was looking for, actually. Let me make a note of it. I'll add this here. So let's say I wanted to find the other one though, so let me keep looking for a moment. Ah, look at all that. All right, I'm gonna assign that to myself. I'll call this a bug. We're gonna assign it to the wallet UI roadmap. And for stage 2, and let me preview first. So PWA improvements and fixes on iOS after installing app to home screen upon launching. Let me rephrase this. So after having installed app to home screen on iOS, after having installed app to home screen on iOS, upon launching the app, flashes white instead, and upon launching, okay, after having installed the PWA. Okay. After having installed the PWA to home screen on iOS and upon launching, the app flashes white instead of the established color scheme. Appears to be an issue with PWAs on iOS. Android shows correct colors on launch load screen. Links which may prove relevant. And submit. Okay, so we got that added in there. I'm assuming this will refresh momentarily. Yep, it did. Okay. So we can add that in here as well. And we can change this to number 44. Okay. I am actually going to move this back. So it looks like we have number 41 as an issue. So let me check that. It's closed. 41. I'm going to... I'm going to reopen this issue. I'm going to set that to number 41. We're going to add it into the roadmap. And we're going to set it for stage 2. Okay. And we'll add that in there. I was actually thinking you'd be able to set where inside of it would be done, but it's all right. It's not that way. Oh, I could modify the start and end date, and I'm guessing that would change it up. Okay, I'm gonna do this as planned, and this one as E2. All right. I don't think I like creating the issue that way. Does have more information that I can set. I'm gonna do actually both of those, because there are some bugs and there are some enhancements that we need to make that aren't technically bugs. Milestone, we will say stage 2. Okay. So we can say number 45. Let me close there. Let's see. Okay, so right, and some enhancement, a roadmap, milestone, stage 2. Play wallet balance and desired fiat currency. We currently only show the dash balance, the wallet. Actually, I think I have a to-do for this. Yep. Wait, what's happening there? Oh. I don't think that looks right. Assuming that should be this. Yeah, I don't know why it looks like that, but I think... Oh, wait. Probably shouldn't have that either. We currently only show the dash balance of the wallet. We should implement the design. Implement the design. The fiat balance selector from the Figma design. All right. Submit that. Come back here, and that's number 46. Settings, page/dialog, assign to me, enhancement, wallet roadmap, milestone stage 2. Should establish a settings page. initially with the options below. Initially. Right. So that's at least the one that we had planned, but I thought we had settings. Ah, there. Right, we should establish a settings page with the options below, at least initially, and these options later on. Okay. This isn't in the current roadmap, but I was thinking light/dark mode selector. Oh, and that's one of the other things that might go well here is refer privacy versus exactness. I don't know, something like that. This is where I was talking about earlier. AJ's stuff for the Dash Wallet JS, as far as I understood, I could be wrong, but as far as I understood based on our conversation, is geared more towards privacy than it is exactness. And that might be fine if you're expecting it and if you choose it. But if you're wanting to send exactness, like exactly the amount minus or plus whatever the fee is, oh, that might be one as well. I know the Dash Core wallet. Let me see here. Subtract fee from amount. So they have one called subtract fee from amount. I'm adding transaction just so it's a little bit more clear. Which you would, so normally, let's say, whoops. Normal, let's say, is 0.01 plus transaction fee. Okay, so you could do something like that where we've got a checkbox, subtract transaction fee from amount. Unchecked, it would be the amount you want to send, and then we would add the transaction fee on. We also need to display this. We're not displaying that right now. And then the alternative would be subtract from the amount. So you want to send at maximum 0.01, and you want the fee subtracted from it. Either way, both of those would work best under the exact option. If you're doing the private thing, I'm not sure at this point, but this might not apply with the way AJ's doing things right now. But this is probably good for the page right now. Let's do, let's say, and these options in later stages. Okay. So submit new issue, settings page, dialog. So number 47, we will come up here and say number 47. Okay. So add memo to send dialog. Okay. We're getting into some new stuff here. So say all right, we're going to say enhancement. Come on. Projects is wallet UI. Milestone is stage 2. Dash has the ability to add a memo to a transaction. A memo to a transaction as demonstrated in, will this work? Dash hive? No, that's not what I want. Let's see. Wanted to link to examples, I think. Examples that it? No. Let's do this one. Okay, so it's demonstrated in next app router and at this is deployed somewhere. Let me see. Is it not listed here? Maybe it's listed. Oh, there it is. Copy clean link. There we go. All right, so Dash has the ability to add a memo to a transaction as we've demonstrated in here and at that URL. We should add the option. We should add an optional memo field to the send dialog. This will allow, let's see, we should add an optional memo field to the send dialog. This will allow manually interacting with Maya and ease our implementation, our built-in implementation as well. All right. Dash has the ability to add a memo to a transaction as we've demonstrated in next and there. We should add an optional memo field to the send dialog. This will allow manually interacting with Maya and ease our built-in implementation as well. All right. We've added that now, and that's number 48. All right, now for the fun one. Do a new issue again. We're gonna do enhancement, projects, wallet roadmap, milestone, stage 2. Integrations. Let's say third-party integrations. And I'm gonna copy it like that. So third-party integration, save, crowd node, Maya, spend, gift cards, dash spend, bit refill, and earn. Integrations with third-party services will add value both figuratively, that's wrong, figuratively and actually. All right, third integration or integrations with third-party services will add value both figuratively and literally. Okay, integrations with third-party services will add value. And make the Incubator wallet more accessible to new users. Yeah, something like that. Right, integrations with third-party services will add value both figuratively and literally, and make the Incubator wallet more accessible to new users. The Dash Incubator wallet more accessible. Okay, I'll assign that to myself and submit. All right, so this is now number 49. Number 49. I forgot about this. We actually had planned for this, Ryan and I, and then some of this got hand jammed in the QA process, even though we had initially planned to do this later on. But after using it, we had decided it was higher priority. Where am I looking? Issues. So I believe. Oh yeah, derp. It's one of these. Move wallet funding feature from edit profile. New contact flow issues. So contact. So I'm gonna cut this and say this is number 39. I'll open up number 39, and overall this modal seems too busy and is not intuitive enough. I might let's see. So I'm going to call this contact payment share. Contact and payment share flow improvements. Maybe I will keep this just the contact. But I am going to rename it. So contact. I'm going to copy that real quick and say contact pairing. So contact pairing QR URI share flow improvements. Okay. Then I think we will need a new issue, maybe. But let me check real quick. Okay. Let's see. System wrappers. Did I? Oh, that's right. That's what I wanted to check. Apologies for getting distracted a little bit. So let's do a new one and say, this might actually be done. It's at least partially done. So what I was going to make is the payment side of the other issue I just renamed. So I just renamed, what is it? Contact pairing QR URI. So let me copy this real quick. So that's kind of what I was thinking would be the title, and just separate it from the contact pairing, since the contact pairing, while it has similar stuff, it is its own flow. So I think it makes more sense to keep it separate. And as far as the payment stuff goes, that is referring to the receive stuff, and that's already changed. But I think this could use some more improvements. It kind of works this way. I don't love it though. So like I can select byte there and then enter an amount. So I can do that. But if I want to change again, I have to re-enter byte. So like there's some work to be done to get that to remember which contact is selected. So I think I will make this after all. I'm going to make this. So payment, QR, URI, share flow improvements. We already changed the... And actually, let me see. If I go from here and do receive, it actually goes to here first. Which... I think I reasoned about this where if you're basically trying to request funds from a contact specifically, you probably do want to see that one first. It's just on the other one, you probably want to see the QR first. So that's probably fine, but there is some stuff to change. So we already changed the order of the dialogues that display when clicking the receive button on the main page. However, improvements could be made so that if you select a contact and or enter an amount, those values are remembered and auto filled if you decide to select a contact again. All right. So we already changed the order of the dialogues that display when clicking the receive button on the main page. However, improvements could be made so that if you select a contact and or enter an amount, those values are remembered and autofilled if you decide to select a contact again. So I'm gonna assign that to myself. I'm gonna say not a bug, it's an enhancement. It almost feels like a bug, but I don't think it is a bug. I'm gonna say that. And I'm not gonna assign a milestone yet. I'm gonna keep that separate because the main reason this was added as part of the contact and payment thing originally was the order. But since the order is fixed, I think that will solve for most of what Ryan was asking about. So I'm going to assume this is already, oh wait, that's I might want to capture that. Let me edit that. Amount is not cleared. Not currently cleared after closing the UR. Received UR dialog. Maybe I will say fix. I might need to separate that out, but I'm going to set it there for now. So that should have been cleared. It shouldn't still show amount when you click out. So I'm going to refresh real quick. Yeah, so if you decide to not do that and you click out, it shouldn't still have that amount set. There either needs to be a way to change it, or in reality, it should just clear. And until you've gone in and selected a contact and entered an amount, it shouldn't have that. I also think we really need to display which contact this is focused on, because I've selected a contact now, but without an amount, you can't really tell that I've selected a contact. So maybe I should add that as well. Need to display contacts alias if one is selected for the QR. All right, yeah, so we should show the name there somewhere. All right. So I'm gonna add one under that, and we're gonna say this is number 50. Well, I guess that's where I'm, yeah, I think it is gonna need to be in there. So I will set the milestone, because these at least are bug-ish enough that they're worth being fixed sooner rather than later. If it was still like this flow isn't like it's working but it's not great, like I would say that needs to be changed more. But let's see. So system wrappers is the next one. I'm gonna actually call this operating system / system wrappers. And I'm gonna unindent that, paste that. We should wrap the static site in for use as a desktop and mobile app. That one I'm not going to assign to myself. While I would like to do some of the work, actually, I want to do the Towery wrapper. I don't give a crap about the mobile one. Just don't. I would do it if you know I'm asked to, but I don't really have a burning desire. But I actually am interested in doing the desktop wrapper. But if we do that, you know, it might be that we decide to break these apart. So I'm going to say this is an enhancement. We're going to say this is wallet UI roadmap. Milestone. We've gotten it in stage 2 right now, so I will go ahead and add it. We should wrap the static site for use as a desktop and mobile app. That's all I'm adding for now. I could, maybe should add more, but that's probably good enough for now. Now I can replace this with number 51. All right, so I kind of want some hover options right on each contact in the list. So it would bring some life and color to the otherwise sparse list. Trash icon. Okay, so let's make a new issue. We're gonna reword this. We're gonna say contact hover options. The issue with this is it it wouldn't work on mobile. That's what's going through my head. Is hovering might work on desktop with the mouse, but on mobile it wouldn't really work. It might be better to say hover/touch options, and like maybe we would show the options if you I don't want to even figure this out right now. It's probably why it's at the end of the list, but it should be theoretically possible to figure out if they've swiped from the right or swiped from the left, and show the same options we intend to show on hover. So let's say enhancement, roadmap, stage 2. I'm gonna copy. I'm gonna cut this for now. Cut, paste. Let's see, so we should add hover/touch options right on each contact in the list. This would bring some life and color to the otherwise sparse list. And that. At the very least, possibly also send, receive, show transactions, something like that. I don't know. Transactions. All right, let's say that and submit new issue. Gives us number 52. And we've finished what was planned for stage 2. Okay, so with those added, let's go back into here. Oh, I shouldn't have closed that, but it's okay. All right, so we got quite a few more added here. We're filling out our roadmap. So generally speaking, I don't mind adding stuff to a timeline-based roadmap when it's going, like it's being worked on or it will be worked on within the next week or so. But I don't want to arrange all of these and say, we'll have this done in March or something like that, when there's still enough big old question marks to deal with, like after integrating the max send feature, that I don't know how much time that will take to fix. And I mean, I've now been on this stream for like 3 hours now, and all I've been doing is planning so far. Although I was initially intending to do a planning session, probably not for this long, maybe it would have been, but Ryan was going to be on this and we were going to do some planning stuff, but I ended up starting too late and he wasn't able to join. But hopefully he'll be able to look over the stuff and add whatever he thinks is needed. In any case, let's see. So 43, 44, 41, those are all planned for. $42 isn't high priority, I don't think. Move wallet funding. This one I think should be added. $39. I'm gonna add 39 in here too. Thought 39 was in this list. Am I crazy? Did I like foobar or something? Integrations, 49. Oh, there's 39. Okay, 39 is there. I kept scrolling past it. Okay, so it is there. But it was planned further down the list, so maybe I'm not going to add it to the iterations for now. Oh, did I need to save that? No, it's good. Okay. Remove wallet funding from edit profile modal 40. I might, I think I'm going to shift some stuff real quick. Let's go back into this iteration thing. So what I'm thinking is first I'm going to delete those. Then I'm going to modify this one, and I want it to end say, what is it? So Monday. That's not right. So 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It's over 3 weeks. Would that be right? No, this is still not lining up with where I was wanting. So I want to essentially end our sprint-ish or whatever. Well, let's consider that. So 3 weeks from Monday to Sunday. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Is that right? Okay, I'm gonna save that instead, and then I will add 2 more iterations after that. Save. No, go back. Okay. So now if we look at the roadmap, all right, and that's looking more correct. The reason I wanted this shifted is I am planned to present this coming Monday on what we've got done. And so I'd rather treat it as we're trying to have stuff done by then. Ideally, it would be better to have it done on like Saturday. But yeah, so I'm gonna end it then, and then anything new will start after that. Okay. So remove one. This is also not P0. So certainly not a critical hotfix. It's probably not even a P1. So let's call it a P2. Contact pairing, QR, URI, share flow improvements. That's also not P1. It's P2. But actually, this is planned for. So based on what I've got now, P3, that's a P3. This is not planned for, so I'm going to leave it as a P2. Add max to send, what's that, 41? It's planned for. Going to add that to P3. Okay. Okay, and we're gonna, since I just pulled these from the list, I know almost all of these should be P3s. P3, 3, 3, 3. Oh wait, did I just do that dumb? See, I'm new to this interface. It looks like I may have been able to do that. Or maybe not. I don't know what the point of selecting them is if you can't change the selection. Actions for group P3. Archive all, no. Yeah, I don't know. That's weird. I don't get that. Okay. So those are at least added, and they're not in the backlog. So I think that should be backlog. Actually, let's see. Also should be stage 2. It would be nice if I could set all of those. Maybe let's see if I could do this after. Oh wait, what was it? I did selected that and then did this. Oh, that's more useful. Okay, so there at least is some way to do that. That's good. Okay. So all of those are in the backlog now. They're planned for. Status. Okay, so we've got that, and so we only did stage 1 and stage 2. Let's add a stage 3. Stage 4. Oh, and we have more backlog items, so stage 4. Okay, so now we've got those. Okay, so there's a lot of those items in the backlog. I'm gonna go ahead and commit that. So let's say docs, none. I think it's that one. Update. README code map. All right. Whoops. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's just the README. But I'm so used to being on a branch right now, I forgot that I'm switched to master. I just committed straight to master. Well, that's not right. Pretty sure. Does it only link in the issues? Is that what happened? Let me see here. Phase 1 testing. So we did number 22 like that. And it worked. Thought that was supposed to work in issues as well. Or I mean in the README as well. What if I do this? That at least got that, but it's not filling out the title. That's a little bit irritating. Um, I could have sworn there was a way to do this. I mean, that at least links to it. Oh, we could maybe do something like that. Let's see. Um, hmm. Isn't that basically where it just took me? Oh, milestone, not stones. That's funny. Uh, Within conversations on GitHub, references to issues and pull requests are automatically converted to shortened links. Or pull request URL. Raw versus short link. So it does that one in README, but not the others. URL of a label and Markdown, the label is automatically rendered. Labels in the same repository are rendered. So settings, integrations. I don't see that option. Oh, there it is. Click auto link references. Oh, I don't see the auto link references option. Yeah. See integrations, but this is just updating poll. I'm not seeing the options in the settings. Okay, well. Oh well. I guess my brilliant plan won't work like I was thinking it would. But assuming we link correctly to, where was it? The milestone. So that milestone, oh wait, no, don't. File not found. What? Oh, So that's why I did this, I think. Stage 2. Plus some features and enhancements that improve the overall experience. Hey, Drago Codes. Actually, it's not late. It's just night. Normally, it's late night for me. How are you doing? Are these? They're not in order. 41, 43, 44, 45, 41, 43, 44, 45. Those are at the top. Oh, good, good, good. So I could do this. Perfect. I'm okay with that. 41, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 39, 50, 51, 52. All right, that is in order with this list. So we can since number 2 is not doing anything for us, let's do stage 2. How does that look? See the stage 2 milestone, which if you click goes there. All right. Since at least the numbers are already committed, I'm actually going to drop them. Oh, and do that. I wonder, what if I do this? Stage 2. I don't know. I'm going to leave it like that for now. Maybe I'll switch it around later. All right. And I'm gonna use the last commit message and commit that. Gosh darn it. Did it again. But I already did it, so I'm gonna live with it. Cancel changes. Yep, cancel. All right, we're back to README, and now it's got the updates like we were just looking at, and you can look at stage 2 like that. And if you aren't signed in, you click that. Cool. Oh, good. I'm like, it's showing that I'm like, I don't want people reordering this. That would be bad. So good. You do not have permission to edit this milestone. That's good. All right. So at least now we've got things arranged there. Oh, that should probably be assigned to me though. So let's go. And those are correct, I think, for now. Why? What is this? Why is it complaining? I don't know why it's complaining about that. I guess maybe I added too many of these to backlog. Let's try taking a few of them out of backlog. I'm gonna take everything after this out. Oh, that's not good. Sweet. Okay, that worked out okay. So now if we look at there, the order I had them in was not this order. 41, 43, 44, 41, 43, I'm going to leave 44 in the backlog for now. And actually 39, where was 39? 39 is all the way down there. So I might actually move 39 back out, and I think it was just after 49. That, okay. So 41, 43, 44, 44. Okay. I'm okay with that. Oof. This is far more planning than I like doing. It needed to be done. I mean, honestly, it's mostly rearranging, but I think we're set up. We're in a good place to add the others. But I don't want this planning to be solely my responsibility. Like, hopefully Ryan will be able to do some of this, and you know, anyone else, AJ as well. But this will allow us to keep things separated quite a bit better. It's kind of more set up in an agile sprint type of method. And while I'm not doing it right now, we are set up now that we could have several sprints planned out. So I think, let's see. Let's say this was the next one. I could do that. So now that is planned for the next sprint, essentially. Drago Code says, I'm good, my bad. You usually stream earlier then? Feel like I rarely see you streaming at this time. I don't know, it just kind of, maybe it does work out where I'm streaming at different times, but this is like a normal-ish hour. It's not normal work time, it is evening, but yeah. Am I the only developer on the team? I'm the only developer working on the front end right now. Part of why I'm also doing this is there's another developer that may do, for example, some of this OS system wrappers, and might be able to do some of this other stuff. I don't know. I've assigned a bunch of this to myself because it was kind of planned that way, but now these are individual tasks that I'm not tracking on my own personal to-do list, basically, although my own personal to-do list has been committed to the repository. But it is set up where we could run this more in a team fashion now. And Cool AJ86, he works on more of the libraries and command line stuff. He doesn't do as much front-end work. So, I mean, maybe he's able to, but I know he doesn't like doing front-end work, which I don't mind it as much. I don't like only doing front-end work, but yeah, I can do some of it. So yeah, there are at least 2 developers. There's been other developers on and off throughout the months and I guess years, I don't know. Since I've been working on Dash Incubator stuff, it's primarily been Cool AJ86 and I as the developers. And there's been a few other here and there, but they've kind of fallen off. But yeah, we needed to get this organized. The QA stuff, it was semi-organized, but there were some features that, for example, the max send feature, that was not planned. It was something that was annoying Ryan, and so I worked on it, without planning or really thinking about it, and then it got implemented before being thought through. And so it's kind of put us in a bit of a quagmire because now it's broken things that were working, and it's not like I was planning on the issue like, okay, this is coming up. We're gonna need to know. I might spend a stream or two or three fixing this, but we're anticipating it. This was, oh well, let's see if we can get max send working, and then suddenly it's implemented and actually it introduced more issues. So, is this like an open source or is it like you hired these devs? So we're working for a group called the Dash Incubator, but it is funded through Dash protocols. And so it's not an actual like official organization. It's more of a DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. And all the work we're doing is MIT licensed open source stuff for the Dash Incubator, but part of our funding all of our funding comes from the Dash network and protocol. Hmm. Yeah, I don't always go into that. I mean, especially on this stream. It's already been so much planning and no real coding unless you count Markdown. Most of this has just been reorganizing the roadmap, at least for stage 2, into this setup and getting the GitHub project set up so it's set up this way. Actually don't want this in this iteration, so I'm going to remove that, but we are set up now that we can plan things out a little more. Let's see. All right, my items. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so I can drag. I'm going to move this to in progress. Now, if we look here, we've got in progress ready backlog. Cool. See the stage 2 milestone. All right, I think I can close out some of this stuff now. Yeah, I want to get to some real code here, so let's resize this. I'm gonna drag this one off screen. Why is it scrolling like that? Oh, that's funny. It resized after the fact. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't close the preview. Oh, that's not something that is in the roadmap right now, but I should capture these. Let me do that right now. Um, right, so batch generate enhancements, copy paste. So need to check each address funds and generate 20 past the last address with funds. Need to pre-generate accounts with some addresses when importing a phrase to start adding contacts after the last account with funds. Needs to needs to check each address funds and generate 20 past the last address. Needs to pre-generate accounts with some addresses when importing a phrase or to start adding contacts after the last account with funds. Needs to generate change addresses as well. In addition to the current receive address is. All right. Needs to check each address funds and generates 20 past the last address with funds. Needs to pre-generate accounts with some addresses when importing a phrase. Start adding contacts after the last account with funds. Needs to generate change addresses in addition to the current receive. So change addresses. Let's see, HD path. All right, so need to generate change addresses. So coin type, account index, change type, address index. Let's see, coin maybe. Do I have coin? Coin type. It's now in create transaction. used there. Oh, coin type is the dash. That's not what I was thinking. Derive. Use. So dash receive. That's exactly what I wanted. Change number use internal. So I'm actually gonna copy that and say dash HD change. And then I'm gonna copy this. Say receive. Right, needs to generate change address. I'm actually going to change this already. So this, right now we just defaulted to 5. That's the dash coin type. Account index. I'll leave it like that for now. So HD path in addition to, maybe I won't. So I want it to be more clear what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say this is 0 and 0 and 0. Okay, so with it set up like that, now it's pretty clear that that's the variable we want to account for. So we want the dash HD change or the dash HD receive. And I mean, essentially that's 0 here and 1 here. So we go ahead and say enhancements. Batch generate address enhancements, project wallet roadmap, milestone. This does need to be done in stage 2. The sooner the better. And assign to myself, submit issue. Okay, so that was one thing from my to-do list. I have another one. Send error messages. Okay, that's what I need. Let's do a new issue and say dialogue error messages. Maybe I'll include that colon. So send error messages. When sending fails. Whoops, let's fix that. All right, so we need to surface errors in the UI when sending fails. I guess that doesn't need to be to do or a check item, whatever, list item. There we go. We need to surface errors in the UI when sending fails. For now, let's implement a error dialog that shows a friendly message of what went wrong. Say enhancement Wallet roadmap, milestone, stage 2, assigned to me. All right, so we need to surface errors in the UI when sending fails. For now, let's implement an error dialog that shows a friendly message of what went wrong. Message to indicate what went wrong. Maybe I'll drop the friendly. For now, let's implement an change this to a task like that. So implement an error dialog that shows a message to indicate what went wrong. All right. And it's probably good enough for now. Actually, I might modify this so send error messages. That way it kind of distinguishes that we don't want to send error messages. We want a dialog for send that shows its error messages. I don't know, maybe something like that. Or maybe we should do send dialog error messages. Okay. Here we've got that added. While I'm thinking about it, and I lost it. What was I thinking about? Dang it. Um, oh, send confirmation dialog, display calculated fee. We need to display the fee for the transaction. And possibly update the amount to what will actually be sent. Honestly, I don't think this was that big of a deal before, but with the change to Dash Wallet and like I showed earlier. Where did that go? Let me find it real quick. So there it is. Okay. So I sent 0.001, but I actually got 0.001414. So I got this extra amount, which is almost, 50% more than what I intended to send here. So I sent 0.001 here. And when I did that, I'll show it here. So I did something like 0.001, selected byte as the contact. And I sent this, and in this dialog, it shows 0.001. But that's not what sent. It sent extra 414. So I think we might need to adjust this so the amount either this is where this is what I'm going to be working on anyway. So I guess I won't feel like I'm digressing too much, but right now let's find the code for it. Or wait, hang on. Let me save this first. The issue is created. And I'm gonna, let me move this off screen here. And I'm also gonna go into the backlog real quickly. So that is, I'm gonna give it P2 priority 2 and P2. All right. So since they weren't in the original, let me move this over. They weren't in the original plan or roadmap. I don't think they exactly need to be added, but I do want them captured and shown. So we've added the batch generate enhancements, the send dialog, and the send confirmation dialog. I do want to add, let's see. I'm going to do it here because it's easier to see them. I want to add the calculated fee to ready. And backlog and backlog. Okay. So now if we look at the roadmap, no, not the roadmap here. So if we look here, we've got these items in the backlog and the send confirmation dialog, display calculated fee in ready. I might actually move that over to in progress because I'm going to do it with this add max option. Because I'm going to be touching the same dialog, functionality inside of it, stuff like that, and surfacing this will be a good pairing of those two. So now at least I haven't completely forgotten about that, which I did keep forgetting about because I wasn't keeping track of it well enough. And since those are there, I'm actually going to remove all of this. And maybe I will get rid of this to-do list altogether. So this is where we have some design items. I guess I'm not quite done. Let me do this. Okay. So we had some of these things like the style drop-down stuff. These are actually the same thing, I think. Type ahead input field, style drop-down list. Or no, they aren't. I'll show it in the Figma. So the type ahead is here, where you would type ahead for that. The style drop-down list is this. We do have, I have implemented something like this actually. So we do have here in the top right a list. So we do kind of have it implemented. But it's not connected like that. So we might still need more changes. But I want to keep track of these things and probably get rid of the to-do list altogether. So let's do a new issue. QR code scan. Implement QR code upload for in scan dialog. Or maybe I will say scan dialog, implement QR upload, QR code upload. Right, assign to myself, labels, enhancement, projects, roadmap, milestone. I'm not going to set a milestone on this one. But I might come in here. Let's see if this works. So let's see. There we go. All right, scan a contact, hold the QR in front. I don't like how huge that is. I don't know, it's probably fine. So let's do that, and I'm just going to leave it like that for now. And then I want to create another new one. I'm going to call it the style drop-down list. Enemy, labels, enhancement. Roadmap. Not going to set a milestone again, but I'm going to do that screenshot thing again. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Screenshot. Right there. And paste. Go. Submit. And then type ahead. Let's do that one too. Screen. New. Paste. Nothing like something crawling on your leg to give you the heebie-jeebies. What was I doing again? Think that, and no milestone preview. Okay, submit. All right, so now we've at least captured those. And if we come back here, they should be inside of the backlog here. I can set them to this one. I don't know how high priority any of these are, so I'm going to do this for now. So they're priority 6. They're pretty dang low priority. And now everything in here is accounted for. Oh, I did just remember what that is. I think that is, so I think this would be dash USD. So symbol would be USD, I think. I got that wrong. Might need to update that real quick. Let me do that. Issues, I think that's fiat something or other. That one. And edit it. Say symbol. Something like that. Maybe I'll do it like that. Okay. All right, so update that. Okay, we've got those captured. I'm going to go ahead and delete the to do. So we're going to do, might actually cancel that, do up, remove, to do, list, in favor of GitHub project. Nope. Move to-do list. Wait. Almost foobarred that. Still lorded. Yeah, move to trash, whatever. All right, there we go. Right. Push. Okay, sheesh. That should be done. We should have, I'm going to close that one there. Go back to here. Okay, so to-do.md is now gone. All right. This will be better going forward. And let's finally really truly get into some code. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's the thing. This needs the planning, but it seems like no one really likes to do planning. And so I kind of did it for stage one and did it kind of loosey-goosey for any stages past stage one. But I think it's now clear that someone's got to like define things and keep them in line. Otherwise, it gets a little off the rails and we make some poor choices with things to integrate before it's ready. So we now need to get into the send. I believe it's either send or where is it? Send confirm or send or request. It's either this one or this one. Try and get them together. I'm actually going to close some stuff here. See if we can organize a little better. Close, 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 close. Keep that open. I'm going to need to reference that. Close that. Keep that open. Confirm delete close. Confirm action close. Transaction info. Gonna close that for now. Okay. Send confirm, edit contact, close. Nav, close. Main footer, close. Constants, we might need that. Add contact, close. Contact list, close. Wallet backup, oh sheesh, man. Board, close. Dialog, we might need DB. I don't think we'll be touching that right now. Hey, look at that. They're finally closer together. Requests, we're going to close for now. All right, that's a lot less open, a little easier to see which files we might be working in. I'm going to move that there. Send or request. All right, so it is our implementation of Dash Wallet that threw a wrench in things for us. I thought that would happen somewhere around here. Send TX, no, it's the create transaction, this one. So we need create transaction. Okay, so create transaction, grabbing that information. This is the stuff we had worked on, AJ and I together. Let's see. Why am I doing that? That seems odd. Oh, I know why I'm doing that. Because of how I'm extracting it here. TX might get used by something else up here. So we define TX right there. I guess it's used just outside of that. So if amount is greater than I think we actually need to check, or we should. Or maybe this does need to be added at the bottom here. Let me do that. So I was thinking we need to see if transaction is empty. But now that we've done that, that is the last one. So actually, every bit of TX is used in there. So we don't need that defined up there. So we can come back down here and just say TX, delete that. All right. So I did add this and it calculates the amount to send. So let's refresh for good measure here and pull up that one right there. So I'll refresh this too for good measure. All right. So if I do a send here, and we will do 0.001 again. I'm going to clear this so that it's easy to track. If I click send here, so we have a TX2 address, the dash amount, and then the amount to send. So we should have that here. TX2, the address. Okay. So I told it to send that much. It's planning to send this much, assuming I calculated everything correctly. Which means if we surface that amount to send, and also let me look at the outputs. Inputs and outputs. So our input, we're only using 1 coin. Okay, our outputs is 3. Interesting. Hmm. What I was hoping for, but I think I'm going to need to dig into the create TX. Here, okay. So fee, minimum fee, dust. We're not using either of those anymore. We used to use those. Let's see, amount sats. I'm wondering if I actually calculate the fee and can return it in the transaction function like I was doing. So we've got that. EXOs. Save. I'm not actually saving any data right now. Whole transfer. Use all coins. Else or send sats. Change. Send matching UTXOs. And matching UTXOs. Change inputs output. Fee. Ooh, nice. Okay, so in send matching UTXOs, so selection. It does have the fee. The fee 261. I don't know how. I need to add dust and fee together. I'm not sure. Or if the fee might already be accounting for it. So we loop over output denoms. So we're looking at output and it's got denoms there. Dust face value fee. We get that denoms. Okay, so we're not looping over the outputs, we're looping over the denoms. but maybe so selection output, stamps per coin, core output. So after that, outputs. So it should have stamps on this. Stamp 68. So 68 is that, let's see. 68 times 3, 204. But that says 261. Stamp says 202, so that's stamps remaining 2. So 202 plus 2 would be 204. I don't understand the stamp thing. As far as I'm aware, stamps is a cool AJ86 term, not a dash term. So I don't know if I can rely on the stamps thing to figure out the fee. I suppose I can, let's search for stamps per coin inside of here. Stamps per coin, assign, stamps per coin, stamp. Number, denom, stamps per coin. Denom info. Stamp. Where's stamp? Stamp is D stamp. What the? Okay, so wallet stamp is equal to 200. Minimum stamps 2. Crap. Let's look at the README for this before I go full on sky is falling. Maybe close a few of these. TX, HD keys. None of these are what I want. I want dash wallet. Dash wallet JS. That. Okay, so, and gosh darn it. Let's see if he defines stamp. Nope, not found anywhere in the page. Ah, gosh. Okay, well, stamp isn't defined, but fee, let's see if we can figure out how fee is calculated. So stamp, stamp right there. Not seeing fee yet. Stamps. What's fee? Fee is FEE. Fee. Fee equals 0. Fee equals header size. Where's header size come from? And here. Where is it? There it is. Header size 10. plus output size times send val's length. Output size 34, so 10 plus 34 is 44. Or wait, no, it wouldn't be 44. So it's 10 plus 34 times send val's length. So send vals, denom slice 0. So the first denomination right here, I think. Total face value is equal to denom. Needed denom. Count plus 1. So and vowels. Hang on. Why is there a for loop? Unless this is not, it might not be attached to this output thing. But if it is, I think slice would grab that first item and then there's no need for a for loop. So unless it's actually grabbing that, or wait, no, slice makes a copy, returns a copy of an array. Okay, so it's taking a copy of the whole array. Never mind. Okay, that makes more sense. And then it's looping over those. But that's at least one area where send vals is getting defined. So in this instance, it would be 3. So that would be, what, 34 times 3. 34 times 3 is 102. 102 plus 10 is 112. Satoshis is 0. Coin info of coins, fee plus input size. And input size is 149. So 112 plus 149 is 261, which brings us to fee 261. Okay. So that's how we're getting the fee. And then change is calculated. We have change. Where's change get defined? Null. Change is null. Change equals Satoshis minus send info Satoshis minus fee minus stamp count times stamp value. I think stamp value was 60 something. Is that right? 68. So if change is greater than 0, it breaks this for loop. Otherwise is greater than or equal to 0. Otherwise, denom info not enough coins to pay fees. Move, blah, blah, blah. Oh, if the length is that, it throws that. Otherwise, remove denom's info, denom removed. Coins. Push denom info. Inputs, coins, output, change null. Why is change null? Why isn't it set to change? Can we make this more denominfo-y? Forget change, it's a layer 2 thing. I do kind of feel like this might be part of our problem with the exactness, especially if there's no change. But I think we can count on fee being the fee amount. So if I go back here and let's see, hash and sign all, change address. So TX does not include that. TX is what gets sent. I don't want to modify TX for that reason. But I think we could do fee is equal to fee. I think. Assuming that works, if we go back to here, we should also have a fee option. I might modify this. So transaction to address or amount. Actual amount. Maybe I'll cut that with fee of that. Okay, let's go back to here and refresh. All right. So let's do send to byte 0.001, send. And transaction to that address 4001, actual amount. Don't like that. All right, let's refresh. And do it again. 0.001, send. Okay. So now we've got, wait. Oh, derp, that's my bad. Let's try that. Refresh again. Trying to make it easier for my brain hold to process this. Okay, so send transaction to that address for 001 actual amount. Send 0.001. Send. And now I can tell that apart a little better. So do 4001 actual amount is that, fee is 261. So let me see. Resize that a bit so I can see the dialogue. I want to pull this one up. And I want to be watching it this time. So let me see. So I want to see if what this wallet receives here is dot 001136 minus the 261, or how the fee is being collected and like how this is figured out. It might be 261 divided by 3 or whatever, however many denominations there are. But let's go ahead and send. Right. That captured it. I want to open that. That might help too. Okay, so this, is that right? Not every other time, it was actually showing 3 outputs. Okay. That looks like 2 outputs to me. I don't know about you, but I can generally count to 3. It is a magic number after all. And look at that. The fee rate is different. Okay, so the fee was supposed to be 261, right? Where is it? 261. 261. Have been, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think 5 zeros. Fee rate That's a lot more than the fee we calculated. Oh, and then it says a different fee right there. So maybe it's this fee. Let me see. That's not even 261 times 3, right? I guess it could be rounded up from that. So fee could be by denomination. But that's confusing to me. I don't know how to freaking calculate the fee based on what I'm seeing. I think this should be more obvious. Like this library is meant, or it's supposed to be meant for an end user. Presumably from they should not need to know Full AJ86 to use this library. It should be fairly straightforward if they're a developer. But I'm at the point that I would probably need to ask AJ to figure out what it's doing, other than it could be rounding up here, and then that maybe that's where it got the fee. So maybe there's a rounding thing, and I can check for that. But hmm. What about stamps? So TX inputs. Stamp 68. Satoshi's face value. $11.36 and $21.36. Let's convert this to Dash real quick. So the face value, or the amount left over if you subtract the actual value from the face value, is 0.006. Wait, 0.0006. Where the freak did that go? Was it this? That's it. Okay. So even that is way more. That has 2 extra decimal places. So this is saying I should have received, or no, what was sent was 0.00548. So it would have gotten broken up. Yeah, I need AJ to explain this, I think. Wait, did I just find what will make sense of it? That might actually be exactly what I need. Fee stamps is equal to fee divided by stamp. So that was stamp 68. Is that what it is? Feel like me refreshing this probably just screwed me over. Yep, screwed me over. Dang it. So fee divided by stamp. TX transaction. TX transaction. Mm. Okay, so what I was trying to verify is the denominate thing. Use all coins, use matching coins, stamp. So I'm not using denominate. No, I'm not using denominate. So I'm not using that denominate coin, at least directly, or coins. Use matching coins I am using, so it does get the denom info from there. Okay. So that is where it's getting the fee. Why is that complaining? Not assignable to coin selection D. Hmm. So use all coins and use matching coins. Both use denominate, well, one uses denominate coin and the other uses denominate coins. Okay, so I am using something using it. It gets denom infos, it pushes there. I'm gonna need to do another test transaction to get the information I need. Let's do that and send. Come on. All right. So, oh, I still have that in there. Top cache-like info. Just needed denoms, face value, denoms info, denoms info. Denoms info and output. D, what's D? Hey, thanks for the follow. Which enjoyer 199. Ah, that's interesting. Oh, not implemented. I was about to message Cool AJ86 about this, but before I do that, let me see if he's using. No, going to see if he was using any of the math functions like rounding it or something like that. But math isn't used. I didn't find round. Seal. Or no. Oh, derp. I'm in the wrong file. I'm in my file. Math. Okay, cool. So that is sealing. That would round up, I think. So 2def math round. Math round amount to sats. Is Satoshi's max denoms. Sealing would also round up. Ooh, and that's also applied to the max denoms. But I'm thinking that's not. Oh, where is the one I want? Was it in here? So sats needed min denom. Sats needed is stamps needed times stamp, which might be 33 in this case. The estimate. Interesting. Okay, that could be it. Create donation TX. I'm not using that, I don't think. I don't think it's used by other ones, so that's probably not it, but it could be something like that. So floor, round. Max stamps needed, 0 or stamps needed. Okay. And fees. Dash TX appraise. Denominate coin. And we do use that. So denominate coin, but that's for a singular coin. So fee stamps is fee divided by stamp. This is what I saw. It does round up. So fee stamps, fee divided by stamp. I'm assuming, let me find stamp. That's about 33333. Okay. Stamp. Find the exact is set to that. Self-pay coins. Dot stamp. Find that one. So it's probably stamp is 200. And then it could be potentially times by different things. It does say typically 200 sats. So let's go back to 3333. 3333-ish. Here. Okay, so stamp would be about 200. So fee divided by stamp. For instance, the fee here says 227. So if it was 227 divided by 200, that's 1.135. So fee stamps would be 1.135. So that does the ceiling. So it's 2 stamps. Then we denom stamps remaining minus the fee stamps. So that would be minus 2. So denom info would have stamps remaining minus 2. On here, stamps remaining would be 0. Stamps needed is 0. Fee is 227. Okay, so at the very least, let's see if there's any other seals. Loose seal. Denominate self-pay coins. Don't know if that's used. Is denominate to outputs. Max stamps per coin. The stamps. Back to denominate coins. Let's see, did I recall this correctly? Can't see it all. All right. Thought I did a, yeah, that was right. So dash 261. All right, so I just sent Kool-Aid J86 a message. So how do I get the actual fee paid by the user? I linked him to the transaction and I say Insight says its fee is 0.00008, I think. Is that right? 0.00008. I tell him that's the fee. But the fee defined in the selection was 261 sats, which should be that many zeros, but a 261 after that. And then I asked, is multiplying it by the number of outputs rounding up? And so I was saying this amount, 261 times 3, so this is 783. Is it rounding up from 783? Hey, thanks for the follow. Yassine bin Rabah? Yassine bin Rabah? I am building a Dash wallet for the Dash cryptocurrency. Well, a UI for it, and using libraries we've built in the Dash Incubator. And right now I am trying to debug why sending a transaction like this is actually sending more than that, which is, you know, if it was all fees, that would make sense, but I'm running into an issue where I sent 0.01 and I've sent this twice now, and instead of 0.001, it sent 0.001 plus some numbers, and then it did it again. So this wallet should just have 0.002, but it actually has more. So I'm trying to debug that. Which means I'm diving into the library. That was also built by the incubator, but I'm unclear how it's actually calculating the fees. And I'm pretty sure I understand how it's getting to the value that we saw there, because it does something like, let's see, does this face value thing. So one of these outputs has an actual value of 1066, but it's saying it's, you know, maybe that's a bad way of saying that. It has a value of 106,600, but the face value is saying it's just 100,000. And so we go to send it, and it's actually sending more. Yeah, thanks. We just implemented this, and it's causing me some issues, making my life harder. Hmm. All right, maybe there's another function in here that we could use. So we're using, let's see. Use all coins, use matching coins. So use matching coins, use all coins. Now we're selecting stuff. We do a parse send info there, but don't need it on this one. We loop over the output denoms. Stamp value is that times output stamps per coin. So that would be roughly 200 sats times stamps per coin. Oh, I haven't done that math yet. Let's see what that does. So stamps per coin is 33. So if stamp value is 200 times 33, so that's 6,600. 6,600. Core output is Satoshi's denomination plus stamp value. And then face value. I have actually done the math on this. I didn't realize. Now that I see this, I've subtracted the face value from the Satoshis and done the math on that, and it's not quite right either. Yeah, I wrote all of the UI stuff. I mean, I copy and pasted a little bit here and there from some of our other libraries, but everything in Wallet UI on GitHub is written by me with those rare exceptions. Yeah, this is all available on GitHub. I'll drop this link in the chat if you want to look. Full AJ86 is responding, so maybe I can get this figured out. For a legacy transaction, the fee, the header plus output size plus maximum input size, which is 193 for a single in, single out. The constants are ones I referenced in the last chat with you about this. Okay, here's this chat. I've been coding for many, many years, probably over 20 years at this point. You include HTML. I've been doing JavaScript probably for 15 years or more. And PHP for probably about 20. Well, I started PHP around the same time I started HTML, and that was 20 years ago, give or take. But I haven't done much PHP in the last probably 10 years or more. Should also be in -tx now, which I am using some of -tx for that hash and sign all. But other than that, we dropped, I think, all of the other -tx stuff that was being used here. Oh, we do that. So -tx create, and then we hash and sign all with that. So he's saying in here, the constants define it. And that is more or less what I was thinking. I guess we've got fee right there, -API fee. But it has not been clear how we're getting that, or like what it should be. I was expecting one of these functions to actually return a calculated fee. like at the very least, the transaction, what do we got here? Base value, transaction. So we've got the inputs, we get the outputs. The outputs don't list a fee. This is where I think, sorry, I'm missing your chats. Give me a moment here, trying to follow my train of thought to its end first. You did mention the input size, I think maximum input size. That's minimum input size. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. This is what I was seeing originally, the stamp, and the stamp seemed to get included in the fees. But then even the stamp values are not exactly 200. And that's where the closest I got to what that fee should have been was calculating based on the fee returned in the selection here. So we had fee like 227. So timesing that fee by, I think the outputs was the closest I got. I have not sent this transaction. I could do another send here and get updated information for a more recent transaction. Let me catch up on chats here. Yeah, I've been coding a while. What path would you recommend for me since you are someone with such experience? I'm an electrical engineer, by the way. That's cool. I mean, I have always wanted to do electrical engineering or mechanical engineering, so I would have probably chosen that path, but I suppose it depends on if you're trying to learn coding to enhance, you know, electrical engineering, you're trying to do, you know, like your own hardware type of stuff where you're developing your own chips or like BIOS type stuff, it'd probably be good for you to learn assembly. I don't even know assembly. I personally, I'm interested in Rust Lang, which is supposed to be memory safe. There's also Zig is interesting to me. They're low level, meant to kind of replace C or C++. So if you're doing electrical engineering where you might be developing stuff for your own hardware, those would probably be good options to look into. I know I think I had interviewed at a company one time and they were using either Elixir or Erlang for IoT type devices. So if you're trying to develop your own IoT stuff, those might be relevant. In reality, though, a lot of this stuff is what you're most effective with. Like you can get into the performance side of things. Once you actually know what you're doing, you will, I think, naturally become more inclined to want to make things more and more performant. But at a certain point, it's probably better to make you more performant. So whatever you're more effective using, especially early on, like if JavaScript makes sense to you, learn JavaScript, go down that road. If TypeScript makes more sense to you, I hate TypeScript. Don't consider this a recommendation from me. But if you like it and it makes sense to you, then use TypeScript. As long as you're more effective with it. And, you know, there's jobs, if you're trying to do this from a job perspective, TypeScript is certainly a great way to get a job. But I still think there's value in, you know, learning JavaScript and knowing what TypeScript is built upon. Yeah, so it kind of depends. Oh, I missed a chat from YouTube. Learning something new daily. Hey, how's it going? Thanks for saying hi. I appreciate it. All right, so Cool AJ86 is saying the reason you can't ever know the lowest possible fee is that it's based on ASN.1 big int encoding of the hash, which may have a high order bit. You can never know until it's signed, which is after the fee is guessed. 191 will be correct 25% of the time. 192 is correct 75% of the time. 193 is correct 100%. For single in, single out with a known random seed, because ECDSA SIGs are salted as to not give away known attack information or something like that, you can simply sign each amount. For random seeds, you can try over and over to get a target fee, but it's quadratically more difficult. So not feasible just after just a few inputs. Sheesh Louise. He's given me a lot of information, but it's not a simple answer my question type of information. Lovely. All right, so how do I estimate the fee based on the information provided by -wallet.js? Use all coins or nope. Oh, use matching coin. Right, if I take the outputs from either of those, let's see. And estimate let's say 93 times selection.outputs.length. Right. How do I estimate the fee based on the information provided by Dash Wallet? Use all coins. I just take the outputs from either of those, currently called selection, and estimate 193 times selection outputs. Would that give me an estimated fee? In the scenario I just asked about, the fee was slightly higher than that would have been. Actually, it wouldn't have been slightly higher. It would have been selection output. The fee was selection output length plus 1 higher than what that would have been. Think that makes sense? Okay, so how do I estimate the fee based on the information provided by? I just take the outputs from either of those currently called selection and estimate 193 times the output length. Would that give me the estimated fee? Scenario I just asked about. Um, um, standard transactions, there's only a few. When there's a break change error for legacy transactions, the fee. Let me check that. I forgot he called it legacy transactions. Let me see if, no, not there. Um, hmm. Hash and sign all. Let me pull up the version that I was using before we implemented this. So we need to go into actually, I haven't committed anything yet. So before I make that mistake, let me create a new branch here and say fix Dash wallet implementation. Okay, then at least I will commit to a branch instead of master. Let's see, enable full send, implement Dash wallet. That's it. That's not it. Be the one before this, I think. So wallet.js. That one maybe? Okay, so this is what was being used. Let me try to open just the file. There it is. Okay. So we were doing this appraise thing on the transaction info. We get sizes, then mid fee was sizes mid. I don't think we're doing that appraise thing, at least in the same order this time. Can check that though. Let's put that over there. So, So I have appraise up there and select optimal. Let me see if this will work. At least get us in the ballpark. So I'll come back down here to our current file. And before the sort here, so let's do that. And then we will log, put this in an object so we can track it by name. And mid fee, but I also maybe I'll just do sizes since mid fee is sizes.mid. I want that. All right, so now if we come back here, we're gonna refresh, see if we can get a better idea of the fee. Send. Okay, so now we should have TX info. Where is it? TX info is all the way up there. But we do have sizes. So for this one, it's saying TX info mid is 226. So this is roughly what he was just describing to me, I think. I'm gonna go ahead and send this and see if, so we grabbed 227. So 227 is the maximum fee. Let's see if, what is it? 227. So let's see if the fee is close to that. So I'm going to send that. Open up the transaction, click OK. Already sent through. Yeah, it's not. Am I misunderstanding something? So the size, if fee was the size, that's pretty dang close. Fee rate dash per kilobyte. that much. I don't think that's close. Let's see what that looks like. That's even more fee rate per kilobyte. So 226 is bytes. Let's see. 226 bytes to KB. No. A kilobit or kilobyte? This is where it's using lowercase k and uppercase b. I'm trying to remember which one KB is. I wish they showed the abbreviation. KB kilobytes. Okay. Okay, IB. All right. So let's assume it's kilobytes. Kilobytes. Kilobyte. So 026. So it'd be that times this is 004. That's exact. Right? Yep. Okay. And I believe what AJ was saying is there is no way to get the exact fee until it has been hashed. However, once I've hashed it, so I think, let me see here. Where is it? This, I presume this length is the 226. No, 452. That might be because it's a hex encoded. Maybe before that, let's see. Transaction, that looks pretty close to that already. I mean, that represents it, but I'm assuming because it's been a hex, that's too long. Let's see. Wondering if there's a way to find the fee rate. So, dash fee rate. Not finding that. Yeah. Hate Reddit. I would think there's a way to request from the inside what the current fee rate is, even though maybe it's too variable. Minimum network fees were last set in 2018 near the peak. USD rates have fallen greater than 95% at 002. Median fees no longer cover the estimated cost of transactions. These are now insufficient to prevent frequent spamming. So this is 2019. Would probably not affect usage. Users frequently reference fees under 1 US cent. This is not what I'm for. I mean, I suppose the mid fee would have been 226, which is that. And so if we were able to get that number, I could actually calculate the number. That's what I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get this number before you send. This fee rate. But look at that. That's interesting. So the fee rate changed. Did it double? Fee rate doubled, I think. So the 226, so it would be 0.22. Let's see. So if we copy this and say times 0. What? 259. Okay, so that got us really close to that, and it clearly rounded up from there. Both of these have 2 addresses in them. Interesting, that one's not confirmed yet. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. I'm wondering, let me look at a dash core. So dash core does look like it estimates fee. Let me see something here. I don't know if it grabs a live amount or what. It looks like Dash Core estimates the fee at least for me right now. So is that 1, 2, 3, 4? 1, 1, 2, 3. It won't let me copy it, but I'm pretty sure that's 4 zeros. Okay, so Dash Core estimates at that. That what I'm trying to do? Yeah. Okay, let me click that. Trying to see how I can adjust. Yeah, so it just seems Dash Core estimates at that amount. However, what was being reported here is greater than that amount. So I think, I don't know why that would work, but then we're estimating under that amount so far as I can tell. Oh wait, I might be mixing things. So this is dash per kilobyte. So if we had done, we take this same one and done what I was seeing here. So 4 zeros and a 1. I don't know if that matters. I don't think it does. So that would have been the fee that Dash tried to calculate. But then the actual fee ends up being more than that because it's actually that. So it's what, 3 times and then some? So if we took that divided by this one, yeah, it's just a little over 3 times. So the fee ends up being 3 times what the estimate would have been. I'm understanding that correctly. Not what I want to waste time on. What I don't understand though is man, I'm trying to get an accurate amount to show to the user so that they know what they're sending is roughly the amount they're sending. And right now, I don't have that. So without knowing the fee, it's kind of hard to figure that out. But also with all of this, hmm, we do that appraise, that's where it gets that. And so that's what we were basing things on. Man, I want this to be slightly easier. So, a little bit. Little bit. And I'm not finding what AJ mentioned in his message. Wait. The fee is equal to all the nano change. Did find that. Hmm. Without a very clear, like, this is how you do it, I'm leaning towards maybe taking this appraisal thing. So we've got sizes here. All right, let's try this out. All right, so sizes dot, I'm going to do the max. So sizes dot max times x outputs dot length. Actually, I'm going to change this already. We're going to change this into an object instead. We're going to say in, out. I might actually change this again already. I'm going to do let in fee is equal to this. out fee. And we're going to switch this around. So it's going to be inputs like that. So then we've got in fee, out fee, and all in fee plus out fee. All right. Let's see if that gets me something close to what I was expecting. And I'm going to clear that for now. Come here, do byte.001 send. So we should have tx info. Sizes and FIFO. So in plus out is 386. All right. I don't know if I need to calculate the inputs and the outputs, but it's not something I was considering before. And that does say 193 for input. The output does not list the fee, but I'm going to guess on that one. Okay, so if I do that, what is it? Dash, where, come on, dash 386. I might do one more. So I might do this and say math.seal. Let's do that. Okay, so I'm not sending this one. I'm going to refresh here. Clear that out. And we're going to do this again. So 001 send tx info FIFO. That doesn't seem right. Math ceiling. Oh, it's already a whole number. Dash tx, I think it was, dot to dash. Do that. Oh, that's not going to go over well. I don't want it to round to the integer. Well, that would just round up to 1. Again, round up to the nearest integer. The dash tx2 dash would not actually solve what I'm trying to. Basically, I want it to round up to whatever the next, like 400 instead of 386. But since that's clearly not going to do it, I'm going to remove the seal things. And we're just going to go back to this. All right, so we're going to do byte.001 send. Right, tx info FIFO is 386 still. And I'm going to send this one. Okay. So if we look at this transaction, interesting. Okay, so this time we had a coin very close to the amount being sent. So it actually just used one coin and used whatever the fee was, whatever the leftover is. So So if we did this times 0.192, that's how we get the 2. And our calculated fee, 386 or 193. All right, so it wouldn't have been either of them combined. It looks like it would have been just one of them. So I'm assuming it's the out. The maximum is 193. It was actually 192 mid. But we only had one in and one out. And that is similar to what Cool AJ86 was telling me just, I don't know, an hour ago. Yeah. So 193 for single in, single out be maximum. So 192 is 75% correct. What I really want is a transaction with multiple outputs at the very least. Okay, this one probably has multiple. Okay, so with 2 outputs and 1 input, the fee estimation goes up. So if that was 226, times that, it would still be, let's assume it rounds up from here. So it's actually a 3 there instead of a 2. So if we click send and we view transaction, still 2. But this time should have had 2 outputs. Wait, didn't I open it? Oh, it must be this one. It opened in a different order. Okay. Very confused there for a moment. Okay, so this time with 2 different outputs. So with 2 different outputs, it was actually rounded down, not up. I was thinking they might round it up to 0.3. Wait. No, it is. It's not only rounded up, it's almost doubled. So I'm kind of thinking it's not inputs plus outputs. It would have just been outputs, and it seems like it's rounded down. So 454 ish. 54. So that would have given us more than that. But with that as the fee times 0.225, we got 454 because our outputs times the maximum size. And sizes, so 227. 227. All right, I think if I don't love this, maybe I'll need to, I likely will need to change this at some point. But if instead of that fee, actually, what was that fee? Do I have that selection? Selection. Output fee is 227. So I guess with that fee, that is basically the appraisal fee. So I could drop that, drop these, drop all of that. So if we take this fee, I think, go into here. So we've got fee and tx.outputs fee times outputs.length. Length. All right. And we could do dash tx dot. Actually, I probably have two dash. It's used right there. I should have just looked up. Okay, so that I think might give us closer to this fee each time. So maybe we could do let estimated fee equal and let estimated dash fee equal to dash estimated fee that. Okay, so then if we pass in maybe I'll say sat fee. Okay, so then if we go into send confirm right here. No amount. Not sure how this will turn out, but we will find out. So fee is equal to fee dot dash. Okay, let's test that out. So we're gonna refresh here and send. I'm gonna do a smaller amount this time since I'm running out of funds here. Okay, so send that. Oh, select an address there. Let me pull up the other wallet here. Okay. Guess I could do half as well, but I'll just do that. So send fee. Probably don't want it that big. Hey, I wonder what would happen if I just happen to remove big. So let's refresh. Send a byte of these. Send fee. estimated fee. Okay. And since we're doing that, we've also had this amount to send. I don't like the naming of amount to send. Let's shift that around a little bit. Not with stamps. So part of why things are going haywire with the amount seems to be that I'm saying this, it's calculating it with face value, but I want the full value. So that's why I'm calling this full amount. I'm going to replace that. And then I'll come down here and call this one full amount. If we come back in here, we should have I'm actually gonna copy that and paste the indent. So we'll say full amount. No, we'll do full amount. All right, let's see what that looks like. Send, half, delete those, select byte, and send. So 2 byte amount is your, that don't look right. Send half that 2 byte send. This would be an example of why I'm trying to figure this out is if it's really going to send, that's sending my entire balance. So here I would think I'm about to send them half of my balance, and yet however this is doing it is rounding up. It's literally more than doubling what I was trying to send. This is not a final design, just so we're clear. I recognize this does not look good. Mostly, I am trying to capture these in a very visual way that makes it clear what's happening. However, I don't know if I should be taking this estimated fee and subtracting it from the full amount or adding it to the full amount. I suspect it would be subtracted, but I don't know. And I'm going to send this and find out. Okay. Sent. Oh, so that's the other area is instead of, let's see, instead of TX info amount being that, I think it would be better to do full amount. Then actually, full amount. Full amount, fee. We've got that. Did I close TX info? I kind of feel like I did. Here I thought I was done with TX info. All right, so I want to copy this for now. Huh, I wonder if here we could know the actual fee. Since that was sent, it would be lovely if this returned the fee. I don't know if it does. The Sendix. Transaction. Preview. So it only shows the transaction ID, as far as I can tell. Unless there's like a header that, like a custom header that says the fee. I'm not seeing it though. Yeah, so it looks like no fee is returned there. Hmm. Okay. This is claiming we still have a balance. I don't think we have a balance. Yep, it's gone. So we've sent all of our sweet, sweet monies over here. So that was 681. All right, that was at least seemingly accurate. Okay. So our fee was that small amount again. It's calculated at 191. I think I made a boo-boo and refreshed already, so that's gonna probably throw off me calculating things correctly. Guess I do have that there. So 193 is what we estimated, or at least that's the max. So the amount was 005. The actual amount was that 0.001064. And it looks like we did have slightly more than what the output had. Let me look at the inputs. Oh, that's lovely. It's still there. So Satoshi's for the input was that much. Let me see. So inputs. So 600 more minus 200. So our fee, that's about right, I think. So just shaved off 200 from this, and that's what we sent. Wish I had been watching that better. Suppose I can back up my video if I really want to, but I'm not going to do that right now. What am I thinking of? That's right. I was trying to figure out if I need to subtract or add the estimated fee I might be able to do that. Inputs minus outputs. So let me see if that works out. While I'm thinking of it, let's see. So wallet. So let's take our, and I'm going to re-enable some of this stuff here. Okay, so I'm going to do that selection output fee. Okay. Oh wait, this might be wrong already. Let me swippy swap that. So for end of outputs. Do I want to do it this way? Maybe I just want to do inputs dot reduce. Say accumulator. Wait. Let's do accumulator and current. CC plus current. And I think we also want the start 0. Is that right? So reduce callback function current index array. I can't recall off the top of my head. MDN reduce. Right. So reduce accumulator. That's right. Okay. Was right. I think. All right. So the initial value. Yeah. Let's see if this works. Why is that complaining? Outputs plus cannot be applied to types number. Oh yeah, because I'm messing up. So inputs dot the inputs or ACC dot Satoshis. That's what I want. Accumulator dot Satoshis plus current Satoshis. And I think outputs also has Satoshis. Oh, wait. Not that. Like that. All right. I think that should work. Then in and out fee. And actually, we want in fee minus out fee. All right. Let's check that out. Pull that up, this up, refresh here. Scroll down. All right. We need some funds, so I'm going to go ahead and send half of this back. And did I refresh? I can't recall if I refreshed that. Let me refresh this one for good measure. All right, now I'm going to do send and select JoJo and say half and send. Okay. So I wanted to send that much. It's going to send that much. But what I really wanted, pull this over here. I don't know, let me shift this around a little bit. Okay, so what I really wanted was see FIFU, PX info FIFU. PX info FIFU. All right, so 800. So that would be 800, what is it? Dash, no, stop that. What's going on here? Oh, I haven't done it in this one. Dash TX dot 2 dash 800. So if I send this, it should be what, 1 2 3 4 5 0 and then an 8 transaction fee. Darn it, come back. Where is it? I know you're there somewhere. There we go. All right. So I'm thinking that's going to be the transaction fee. However, this is what the estimated fee is. So what's that look like? That's a lot higher there for the estimated fee. It's almost double. Like 1.5, 1.6, I don't know, 1.75. So the estimated fee is a lot higher than what I'm thinking the leftover change between the inputs and the outputs is. So I'm going to go ahead and send this and see what happens. Open that up. Got funds sent. Let me go back to here. And what do we get? Look at that. The fee is what I was expecting. Let me zoom in here. Just the other one zoomed in a bit. Interesting. So this one had several different inputs to get up to the half amount. So that fee estimation was way off. Assuming this is correct. It looks like that's correct. So it's looking like my add all the inputs together, add all the outputs, subtract outputs from inputs, got really dang close to the fee. So this was expecting 4252 and this got 425199. So it does look like something got subtracted from this. Or it rounded up just a tiny bit for this number right here. Either way, this was way closer than I was expecting. Well, I mean, I guess I did write it, so maybe it wasn't closer than I was expecting, but I'm wondering if instead of this one, if I did this and commented that out, I think that's essentially what AJ is doing for the fee here. I'm gonna leave this on for now. Gonna move that off screen. Let's grab this window here. That off screen. Then if we go back here, oh wait, I'm already missing something. I was just gonna subtract or whatever the fee from the amount, but I'm realizing the outputs can have a change output. I don't think it had it in this example. Not that example. In this example, there was no change. It sent all of them. But it could, um, okay. I mean, this is long since sent, 16 confirmations, but this is what I was thinking is I was about to change, let's see, full amount. See, even this is wrong, I think, the full amount. Yeah, I've got that full amount wrong. So amount would be closer to the amount we want to send. Full amount in this example, like if we sent this, one of these is a change address, so it's not going to our target. So we don't want to that to be included in the full amount. Oh, wait. If O address is not change address. Never mind. We're already accounting for it. Good. But what might be better? This is okay for now. I can do this later. But if I switch this around and did this, and in case this ever turned into an array, I could do includes that does not. Okay. So then if change adder ever became change adders with with multiple, I could just remove that and we could check it for the address. So for the output addresses. So then if we had multiple change addresses, we would know that there. Maybe I'll leave that. This. So I'll leave this for now because it'll make it really easy to change later on. So if a change address array includes the address, or if it does not, we include it. Otherwise, we do not include it. And then we do for each, so we add that. Okay, so the full amount would be correct right now. Ish, correct-ish. Should not include the change address. It is the Satoshis, which let's see. So I could shift this. Actually, this is getting the fee, so that might be right. So that's probably right for the fee. All right, let me see how this worked out. We do send from here. I'm gonna say half, but I'm gonna actually drop that. We're gonna say to byte, and we say send. We get the confirmation. So the amount is that. The full amount ends up being half the value, I believe, of the current wallet. Or it's pretty close to it. I think it's basically half the value. But our estimated fee right there, I think, is still wrong. So I wanted to use this fee. So let's see, fee. So fee is there. Fee times outputs. That's not right. Fee is in fee minus out fee. Is that right? Fee-foo. No, all is 200. So the fee here should be that 200. So we get down here, let's see, output fee. So fee for that, right here, that should be 200. We should not be timesing it by anything anymore, I don't think. So we probably just want that. Something like that. All right, let's test that again. So we send, we do half, we chop that part off, set to byte, and we do send. There you go. That's what I was expecting for the fee. And what do we got? So inputs 1, outputs is 1. That doesn't seem right. I think this wallet should I don't know how it's doing the denoms thing. This wallet, I think, should have only one input right now, based on what I did. So I don't know how it's acting like it has been denominated already. That's confusing to me, but let's go ahead and send. Okay, this time it actually shows that full amount. That is the minus, so it would be estimated fee. So the amount, that's the amount sent plus the fee is that 212,600. We open that up. Fee is that 200. Okay. And this one, okay. Well, at least for that, the fee looks to be a lot closer. And we can now estimate the fee. I think this one is going to do the thing where it rounds up like a 2. If I do this, say send. No, it didn't. That seems like a larger fee than the other one, maybe. So fee is 600 sats. There's this one is 200 sats. That's a much larger fee. It does have 2 outputs. So this one's actually getting change. All right, I'm confident I've figured out the fee, or close enough that it will work as an estimated fee. But what I need to do is get the exactness better. So I need to delve into the Dash wallet. Oh, you know, the music probably ended. Wasn't paying attention. Let me get that going again. So one of the things I think I'm realizing is as I've sent funds back and forth, the denominations have been adjusting based on what our wallet is using. And so it's actually getting where it looks a lot cleaner when these are sending. And it's more as I expected when I'm sending like amounts like this. But I think if I were to do like 1, 2, 3 and send, that's, yep. So at this point, we're no longer in that same realm of the coins that AJ is expecting that he's written into the Dash Wallet JS, and suddenly it rounds up like that. So, I mean, kind of funny because the estimated fee is still pretty dang low. It's only 200. But we're sending a lot more funds to the contact. If we cancel this and go back to 1, this is that a higher fee? I think it is. 600 sats versus 200 sats. So we end up sending, our fee is higher, but the amount we're sending is less. But we go just a little bit higher, and suddenly we're sending way more than we anticipated, but our fee is less. All right, so I'm wondering if I can take this select optimal thing, come back here, and instead of what we're doing for, that's not the right place. This, I think. I don't know, something like this. Selection, core UTXOs, amount sats. Hmm. All right. New thought, new idea. Let's copy the entire function. Good idea, right? That's exactly what I was thinking. Right, so now we've got two create transactions. But what we actually want is I'm going to leave this one create TX, and I think AJ kept saying about standard. So create standard transaction. I don't like that. I'd rather leave that for now. So I call this optimal transaction. And I'll delete that. Okay. I'm wondering if we can modify this. So I'm thinking we're using very similar things. Gonna do port. I don't know if this is async, but I'll make it async. Function. What is that? Okay, so we need fund adders. Maybe I'll copy this real quick. Fund adders. And what else? Change adder. Might copy a lot of those. Change adder. I'm gonna drop that. Oh, change adders. Equal to object. Oh, cache, not change. Let's do change adder and cached adders. Okay. Hmm. Will that work? I wonder. It will. I would rather use that. So let's back that off. See if that complains the same way. Seems to be acting okay. Point type, hash wallet, and usage. usage 0. I'm thinking dash wallet dot. No. Oh wait. I know. Dash. Was it TX or HD? No, dash HD dot receive. There we go. Usage is receive. So if funding addresses, if there's multiple, if there's only one funding address, we do this. Okay. All right, so let's do derive TX wallet. Wait. We'll paste those in there. Move the lines. Alrighty then. Derive TX wallet. Change address. We don't need that, I don't think. I actually comment all of that out. I think we want core UTXOs. Disable that. Private keys would also come from this, I think. And wallet should now be wallet. Is temp wallet not used anywhere but in there? Let's check down here too. Temp wallet, temp. Alright, so temp wallet is pretty much only used in there as far as I could tell. So there may not be any reason to even return the wallet. I might comment that out for now. Private keys, change address, core UTXOs cached. All right. We're not using it in this one anyways, so probably do that. All right. I'm gonna copy this and come down here. Paste like that. Don't know if we need recipient address or not, so let's see, recipient. Cached adders. Okay. Is cached adders not used either? Why did I make it? Oh, I was too high up. That makes more sense. All right, so cached adders is used down here. The dash wallet create. Don't use coin type or usage anymore. Okay, while I was originally not gonna rename the create transaction, I do think I'm gonna copy it. And let's see. So we've got create. Where is it? I am going to call this standard. So we've got create optimal transaction, create standard transaction, where's full transfer come from? Full transfer false. So full transfer is true. What I'm thinking is might not need this here. Maybe I will. Let me see. So maybe it would stay here. But I mostly want, I'm actually going to remove all of this. That will help me focus a little better. Since I've got all or most of it. Those other layers, this is create standard. No, that's not where I want to remove. Okay, so in here, I want to remove stuff. So let's remove that, all of that, all of that. And it's in this location that I was thinking it would change, so we would do something like we'll call it temp tx for now. So maybe I should actually move this outside of here. So let temp tx is equal to wait, create standard transaction, whatever, fund, recipient amount full transfer, recipient amount full transfer. Okay, so we would do something like this. Create optimal transaction full transfer. 0 arguments, but got 5. The full transfer doesn't really apply to that original function here. But I also, let's see, wallet.js. That's what I want. I also wanted to compare the, I guess that would find close to it. Optimal. Oh, I already replaced stuff in that one. Not bad. Okay, so that is the one. There isn't a later one that we want to be on. Okay, so standard. Oh, that's what I was checking. So create optimal. Does not have the full transaction, I don't think. Yep. And it apparently does not use the cached addresses. I'm actually going to delete all of that. I'm going to delete all of this. This. So those are essentially all copied anyways. Okay, so this is part of what I was thinking is you might not need that. We might want to return exinfo and keys. And then in standard, again, I don't think we need that, so I think we could do earn exinfo keys, ease that. Okay, so then do we use dash TX? All right, so create transaction. And sign all. So those are both in the actual create now. That one is unused. And I believe this other one should also be unused. Yep. Okay, so now we do create optimal transaction or create standard transaction, and then they get used in the create TX. But we do need dash TX there. Do we need derive TX here? It's used in both of those, I think. Yeah, I don't think we need it here. So let me modify that. Oh, where'd I go? Standard, I need this one. So I don't think we need this. That. As we do this stuff here. All of this gets done inside of the optimal one, TX info. Don't get there. And those would already be sorted by the time we get to them. Okay, so do we use change address? I don't think we do. I think we're just figuring stuff out with that. So let's see. That's no longer used. Selection isn't really used. Receiver output is not used. So what really temp TX is actually TX info now. Or rather, suppose it's not. So what we want here is then let TX info and keys equal temp TX. Okay, so that would get us what we need for that function. We don't have those to display, so we do want to get those. Possible. But that's where I think we could do that. That. And change address. So change address isn't used there anymore. So it might be that we also want to include change address here. Yeah, I don't know if it's really used, but it might just be nice to have there. So I'm going to add that change header. I add that there and then come down here. That's funny, I did it like this for this one, but not for the other one. Okay, so that should give us change address again, which means tx info change adder. Okay. This might work, maybe. And there's only one way to find out. Go boom. Nope. Failed to resolve module specifier. Oh yeah? That's weird. I don't think that's right. Our only changes are in this file. We added create transaction. It uses create standard from fund recipient amount, full transfer, from fund recipient amount. Like this should not be erroring out. But I wonder what will happen if I comment all of that out. Nope, still breaking. That's odd. Oh, that is new. That's really odd. Something must have auto added that. Maybe I started typing key for something and it, oh, keys. Maybe I auto filled or something like that and it added that. All right, that makes way more sense. It's like that error makes 0 sense. Didn't do anything with local forage. All right, so with this setup, if I click send, if I do byte, let's just do half to start. Send. Now, well, it certainly looks like it's the exact amount this time. That's a good sign in my opinion. Let me do. Right here. This is create TX full transfer. Say partial, not Patrial. Partial transfer to TX. This one will be full transfer. Okay, so now at least if I refresh here, clear that, I say send, I say half. Now I should have a create TX partial transfer. Cool. It gives me what was figured out with that information. So I've got inputs, outputs. What's that? The keys. So I've got transaction, the keys, and the change address. Okay. But if I cancel that and I say full, send. Now, create full transfer. Inputs, outputs. That would be the keys and the address. But I don't think it would use the change address. Yeah, so this we specify 212599 as the amount. So that's our full balance. And this is where it should have done. It basically removes the 200, so it figures out the transaction fee. So this should work. And that is far more precise. Although now I don't know if this is minus or plus. Like if it's the full amount before, I think with the other way, this is essentially plus. So it's whatever the full amount is plus that, because the full amount is the outputs minus the change address. All right, so let me do a halvesies. Gonna clear, yeah, not that, clear. And send. So our final balance in the other, well, not our final balance because we have funds in here, but we should get that much added. So let me keep an eye on this. Clear the console for this one. And I'm going to say send. Okay, it got detected there. Not seeing it in the other wallet yet. Open that up. It was that one. So that should be the one that it got. I am not seeing... Not seeing that added yet. But that's making me think that I might be into the... I might be into... or outside of the cached addresses that we pre-generated. So there should be at least one. Thinking it's this one. Because that's matching what I was expecting. So if we search that, we found it. No, we didn't. What? Look, that is not the same key. I don't, like, I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe it has all the exact same letters, just in a different order. That's odd. What was the other one? This one? Also didn't even find close to it. Okay, so neither of them found... Oh my gosh. Neither of them found, but that's the one I'm thinking it should have been. So if I come in... to here, receive. Okay, so selecting this a few times might open it up. Receive UV40, receive MFZT. X68C. HDTZ W7 blah blah blah. So I'm looking for DFYB. DFYB. Let me keep doing this. DFYB. DFYB. Come on. EFYB. That one ended in YB. Not the right one, but... which this should bring you to the point where you go, hey, you need to fix that address pre-generation stuff. And I will say, yep, that's why it's on my to-do list. Because I don't like doing this one by one to see if the address is in there. Oh my gosh. I don't want to stop just in case I'm close. The FYB. That's what I'm looking for, right? Oh. That looks familiar. Oh no, it ends in EV, but that's not the same one. I remembered seeing that. Was I looking at the wrong thing? I'm so confused. Why was I saying DFYB? I was saying the wrong one. Okay, so I was actually looking for either E3 EV or MGE. I may have passed it actually. Let me refresh this. Hey, look at that. It's already found. So I did find it. And it hasn't updated yet. But if I close this, we should have more funds now. So if I'm going to clear this first. If I do that, I should have updated. It did update. It says update balance right here. But it didn't update that. That's odd. Should have updated. But sure enough, there we have a balance. And it is the 106,299. It's address index 20, so it was just outside of our range. We had to go through a bunch of them. I don't know why that's not updating. That's odd. It seems like we've got a bug there. Alright, it updated once I refreshed, but something's clearly haywire there. Alright, so we did get the funds. Knowing I had to do that to uncover it, I wish I was thinking of the right address as I was going through there. I don't think I went too much past it, but... Alright, so... It was 10629. I'm going to refresh this one for good measure. Alright. And that's about what it should be. Yep. Okay. So the partial send worked. If I go ahead and do this again and say send full. And before I do that, okay. Now I've got a lot more addresses generated, so hopefully if I click send here, what address is it trying to send to? Let me copy this first. All right, I do already have this one accounted for. So if I click send here, that should have sent the full balance. Taken out a fee. Should have a transaction here. Cool. And it already updated this one. All right. And that, I don't know why it keeps doing that. That's annoying me, but I'll need to look into that. That's not my priority right now. Send. I'm gonna try a full send. Haven't done this in a while. So actually, before I do that, I'm gonna refresh both of these windows so they're both fresh. And I'm gonna clear the consoles for them. So I'm gonna test sending full to Jojo, send. So that's the amount we wanted to send. It's a little less than what we can actually send. Ooh, and our estimated fee. It's a big estimated fee. But let's send. Looks like it's sent. I'm gonna close that one. I'll close both just to make sure I close the right one. So that already arrived. 6784, 6784. So that looks right there. And this is part of the thing I've needed to work on. If I click send here and I try to send the full balance back, this is where we had some issues. If I click send, acting like it's working so far. I think it was breaking before this before. Send. That looks like it worked. And yeah, it's already updated there. Okay, I haven't refreshed either of these. Do it again. Send. Send. All right. It's already back. That's good. And send full. I don't know if I should be sending transactions this fast. But you know what? That's the point of testing. This is certainly looking like it's working better. All right, so full send is working. I'm not going to do a full send this time. I'm going to do a partial send. I'm going to send that. Send, open that up. Okay, that's already come through. Do send and send half again. Come on. Send. Send. And that one. All right, that's already received. I come back here and I do a full send. 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 And that's already through. Awesome! Woohoo! I'm gonna count this as more or less working. Or at least working as anticipated. Alright, so what I'm gonna do before I do more cleanup, I don't like committing code like this, but as there might be some stuff worth referencing at some point, I'm gonna do that. And we've got what? Send confirm. I'm gonna add this for now and send confirm. So send confirm. Okay with that. Send a request. Okay. Transaction info. All right. And let's say, I think this is a fix. I'm going to put it under UI and fix a bug. And we're going to say improve send precision. Yeah. Is that precision? Why does that look wrong? That looks wrong to me. Let's see. I guess not. All right. All right. Improve send precision. Maybe I'm going to go back here, and instead of bug, I'm going to say work in progress. Proof send precision. Like that. Right. And then I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to clean up some stuff. So we had wallet is the main one. I want everything after create transaction. Create standard, create. All right, derive, that's important. So delete those. I think we log core UTXOs and the other function, so I'm going to delete that. Let's see if full transfer. I thought about maybe just like commenting all of this out, but I might not. And I will comment that out, and I'm going to comment that one out. No, I'll delete that one because selection is logged right there. What about receiver output? No, not logged, so I'll keep that for now. What was I saying? Something. Oh, that's right. So I was thinking about just doing the full transfer only for this one, but in case we decide to do the private versus like precise, private versus precise or something, let's call it, by which I mean when I was sending, 0.001 and it was rounding up to like 1.5, whatever, like when it was rounding up to that, when all I was trying to send was 0.1, that was for privacy reasons, or at least partial privacy reasons. And so if we had maybe similar to the toggle for remember password that already exists. So if we had a like preserve privacy versus precise, I don't know what to call it right now, but if we had that in here, you could have that toggled, and without changing this, we should be able to just make a small change in the create transaction now and go kind of like the full transfer thing. So I'm actually going to remove this now that it's committed. I'm gonna remove that. Of these. And actually, transaction. Oh, wait, and yeah, that's right. That was moved down to the other function. We don't need that there. Okay. So now in here, this is the now create transaction. So I don't remember why I did that. Thought I had pulled it from something. Or maybe I just pulled the name from something. Either way, it doesn't look good. And And is it used in here other than that output? That's still the wrong function. So here, used here. No, it's only used in console logs. So let's clean this up. So delete that and that and all of this. Mount sats. All of that. Delete all of that. Mount sats. Yeah, so now it's grayed out. It's declared but never read. We don't need that. We're also fairly confident this is working right now, so I'm actually going to full on remove those. I think I might remove this one too. At least I'm going to comment it out because I think amount is, well, it's logged right there. So yeah, I'm going to remove it right there. Core UTXOs. Oh, that doesn't make sense either. Let's remove that one as well. So TXInfo. Info. I'm going to remove this one. So amount sats looks like it's needed there. And what about up here? It is used there. So I'm gonna change this to amount sats. Okay. That's certainly cleaned up quite a bit. Might move this right there. So this is where this may be the equivalent of create legacy transaction. I don't know, and I'm not going to find out right now. I may ask AJ at well, AJ86 at a later time. Should be cleaned up quite a bit. Receiver denoms. Receiver output. Hmm. Um. Right, so we've got mount sats there. Let's see. Drop that there. We log it anywhere else. No. I don't know if we need to log that anymore, but I will keep it around for now. Actually, I might switch it to UTXOs, and we will do a core and optimal. Hmm. All right, let's test things out here. Let's go back to this one. I'm gonna refresh for good measure. Okay. So let's do a send. Make sure we didn't break anything. This is saved, right? Yep, it looks saved. So let's do a halvesies. Wait, back other window. There we go. Send. Does that look about right? Yes. Exactish. Close some of these first. So it's getting hard to keep track. Alright, now if I open that up. Right, so we click OK. We definitely got about half. Pretty dang close to it. If I send back and do half, one should work. Looks like it's about half. And okay, I'm gonna close those ones. Right, definitely looks like that came back. Right, and without refreshing, I'm gonna do a full send. Send. This is, so it's dropped those two. And send. That up. Okay. Although, now that I saw that, I actually see, where's that get updated? The TX info be updating that? Doesn't look like it. So it's probably updated here and confirm if possible. Encrypt item. What am I looking for? Probably app state or fund. Fund something. Fund. No? Send a request. Hmm. Wallet funds is what I'm looking for. So amount percent. What is this? Handle submit. Not quite right. Wallet funds balance. I don't think any of those are it, so it's not getting updated there. Maybe it's in here somewhere. So if result length is greater than 0, wallet funds. So it might be something to do with the actual dash socket, which wouldn't surprise me, because it is after this send transaction ID. So it does have the inputs from there. Is that right? Sent transactions, TXID. All right. See, but that update all funds right there should have actually solved this. So maybe in update all funds, let's see. So funds, address, wallet funds, if balance, oh, if balance length is greater than 0, we set it. So balances length is greater than 0. Set it to funds. There are 0 addresses length. We just return the funds. So return the funds down there. Go inside. Maybe we need to do that. Let's see if that fixes it. Let me refresh here. Both of these are refreshed now. So let's do a half send first. Make sure nothing's too broken. Send. Already went through. Oh, did you see that flash though? Did this little flicker. That might be a downside to doing that. Let me finish testing this before I go changing more. So we did that. It did update, but I want to check and go, if we do full, send the rest of this. We send, sign up. Okay, that time the update all funds did clear it out for this one. So that is correct. However, it's doing this flickering thing now. So I think maybe it would be better to do wallet funds balance there. So if there are no address keys, we set it there. But down here, if balances, so get instant balances length, we do set it right there. Is greater than 0. And we set it there. balances. Balances. That. Wonder if that will work. It's greater than or equal to 0. This way now it gets set there if the address length is messed up and it gets returned early. It will also get set here now as long as it's greater than 0. Or no, as long as there's balances that are upcoming. It gets set there. We can loop over any of the balances. And we loop over the address keys that are... So adder of adder keys. So if address is greater than -1, we remove it. Otherwise, oh, I might add a comment here. Add insight balances to address. Move insight balances from address. So basically we grab insight here and get the rest, then we reset the item, excluding the insight balance. And that's only if the address keys are still around. So in this scenario, it wasn't in balances, but it was checked for, so it should have had a balance, and since it didn't, we assume it's been zeroed out. Then we return funds here. But it might be worthwhile to do... I don't know. I was thinking maybe we could do a wallet funds balance here and do what inside, what would it be? Let's see. Addresses, that's one. No, it's not. It was one. Not that. Any of these have? Some of these had. Oh, there we go. There's one. So insight balance. So we can maybe do funds minus insight dot balance. So if we did that, then maybe we don't need that there, and we wouldn't need that there, which means it might not have the weird flicker thing. Let's try this out. Did I save that? I did save it. Good. Okay. Right, so I'm gonna refresh that and refresh this one. Okay, so let's do a half send. Resize that a little bit. Okay. Send. Send. Okay. Okay. Those both updated. Oh, but look at that. That's what we were afraid of. That didn't quite work. So, not that. But let's see if that one and that have the effect we want. So let's refresh. And refresh here. Okay, so send funds. I'm gonna do a full send. No, I'll do another half. Let's do another half. I'm gonna send and confirm. That up. Okay. That was a half send. It did not remove beyond. I wasn't watching for the flicker though. But that's okay. I'm going to go ahead and do a full send now. And send. Okay, so it didn't do the flicker. It did update. So there was that little delay-ish. And that's updated. That's not the transaction. That ain't it. That ain't it. That might be it. And that might be it. Okay. So now... let's do the half send again and send. And send this time. I'm trying to watch for flickering. No flickering. No zeroing out incorrectly. Let's do a full send this time. Send. Updated. Okay, cool. That's acceptable to me. It's not perfect. I would love not to have the intermediary update. But, so let's find wallet funds real quick. Maybe I can solve it, but I don't want to spend too much time on this. Especially if it is getting there, even with a short delay, it is getting mostly there. I'm assuming... it would be dot balance. That narrows it down a little bit there. So send or request balance. I think we would have to be setting equals. So wallet funds balance equals. We're doing in main. We're also doing it here in wallet. So update all funds. All right, so it looks like update all funds is only happening in that function. So it's not in there, it's this one. All right, so inside of the init dash socket, no, so if adders, what's adders? Store addresses. So if the address is in our store, I'm actually going to change this. So stored adders. Okay. And that. Anywhere else. Okay. Well, now at least when I look at that, it should make a little more sense right off the bat. So if stored adders includes address, or rather, if it does not include the address, and sent transactions has the transaction ID, we take the wallet funds balance with the duffs So we convert it essentially to the dash value and we subtract it. Whereas this one adds the new transaction value. So I think that's the full value here now. Let me clear this, and it is this one that I want to watch for, but let me see if I'm logging the correct stuff. So we check that up here. Then I think transactions, so might disable this for a moment. Or maybe permanently. We'll see. So if sent transactions, transaction ID, wallet funds balance, I want to see what these values are. So Vault, object keys, Vault V, Vault address. Okay, so I think if I log, say console.log, let's just call it the data vault filter. Vault. And I'm going to say check adder like that. Okay. So if we open that up again, we want to refresh both of these windows to get the latest changes. Although I did save it. Done this several times recently where I've made changes and then I forget to save them. I'm going to close these, and we're going to do send half byte. So this should update it, and we want to see if it updates by the correct amount. But in reality, well, that's interesting. Data vault filter. True. So something updated. Is that right? I don't know about this. This doesn't seem quite right. True. That would mean this is getting done. Maybe I do want to limit it. Yeah, let's move this in here, even though I don't think I've seen any false yet. I think most of those should be false. Data vault filter. Maybe I'm not liking this. If I do data vault and data vault and drop this up here, I want to see what that looks like. I guess I kind of had it right there. Maybe I'll drop that then. Say that. Okay, so let's refresh again. All right, so we didn't send that one. I was trying to watch this. So half by. Okay, so we were seeing all those data vault things. But I wanted to see. All right, so it's an array of objects like that. That is right. However, this does not seem right. So stored addresses includes adder. Should be that. Keys 0. um doing this wrong. What's happening? So if check adder does not exist in the stored addresses, we log the val. Now I'm kind of wondering why this is here. I don't think that's right. I don't even know how that was ever working. That looks more correct. But we're certainly subtracting something from it. Not running update all funds there. Doing it here maybe? We got state contact list. And those are it. It's stored data. Transactions. Action info. And we're adding these sent transactions. So it must be happening in here. But I don't know how this was happening. Why is that complaining now? Oh, Duff's side of an arithmetic operation must be of type any number or what? Alright, I'm not gonna do that then. Since it's being a pain. Right, so check address is not in there. But the data TXID is. TX updates TXID. True. Yeah, really, I don't know why this is here. I'm gonna copy that and actually just comment that out for now. It seems very weird. It seems like it should be here. where we go insight updated at balance, whatever. So if insight is updated at so check address, it exists inside of the stored addresses. That's right. And we have the transaction ID. We set EX updates to true. We get the address. If stored address inside updated at, we change the balance to the duffs. Balance set to the duffs, the updated at to 0, and then we set it. Goes down there. We add to it. So then wallet funds minus the temp balance. And what about the duffs? Duffs comes from that. Let's take that since it's not working like I was thinking it should. Stick it in there instead. And it will only be true, so let's do that. And maybe we'll also log data. Data? Okay. Okay, let's test that out. Refresh there. Refresh here. Hit dash socket about. Right. I'm gonna send half that. Send. Interesting, it initialized again. Oh, I guess init dash socket vout is probably a bad name for that. Let me change that. Let's just drop the init. I was calling it init because it happens at the top. I'm not going to refresh right now since that's the only change. But now at least we're seeing those grouped up. And if I click send, right? Did come through. It didn't update that. like I was expecting. That's confusing. Did it really not trigger at all? We didn't get data vault filter at all this time. What? Even though... Oh, is on Vault. Maybe I need to do that. My logging data already? Doesn't look like it. Alright, let's retry this. So I'm gonna refresh here and refresh there. And I'm gonna clear this. So we're gonna do send. We're gonna send half again. Send. I'm gonna close that one. And send. Updated that time. Why did it update that time? I am a little bit confused now. Why did it update that time? Dash socket vault is triggering a lot more now. I guess not. That one. Socket vault. I was thinking it was the filter one. So dash socket vault is still triggering. It's no longer called init. Inside of it, it's got the is RBF. What's RBF? Resting biatch face. What I know it as. So value out is that amount. So vault, I was thinking maybe there's like a VIN, like a value in or something like that, but here's, that's not the case, at least in these ones that I'm seeing. Oh, that triggered the filter this time. So it did find it that time. And because it found it... Alright, so maybe that is the correct placement for it. For whatever reason, it didn't work before. But let's do a refresh there. Still looks accurate. Wait. No, it does not. Okay, that's interesting to me. So, this is not updating all the way. Wallet funds is equal to funds. So update all funds. That happens in the click handler. Leave. Happens on load. Should be a click event that handles that, but maybe it's actually in balance. That could be it. So I had changed those other components around to support, let's see. To support values being passed on in their initialization, but I think that balance one is dash balance render wallet funds. So that's where it's getting the wallet funds reference. But it doesn't seem to be updating anymore correctly. I know it used to work. But dash balance now is okay, so that one rig, it's not in a rig, that's the gist of it. So this gets set up, dash balance, render. So we load the component, we grab the setup balance thing from the component, which is this stuff. So setup balance happens here. We were using a proxy. So we were doing some other stuff in here to make proxy reactive. And it must be that something that we've changed around recently broke this. Oh. That wouldn't work, I don't think. Handle click. If state wallet funds. That might be it. I don't think I've changed this recently, but I don't think it should work like that. I think it would need to be balance. And it would equal balance. I think it should be like that. That might solve it. Update all funds. Oh, wait. This was updating the internal wallet funds, which this would not work. It does need to override the object to trigger this. because it is triggering that, update all funds. So if state and state wallet funds on click, we trigger the update all funds. But it would be setting it there. Huh. All right. It sets it there, then it does new state, elements, figure, inner HTML, new state content. Okay. This is making more sense. Did I by chance change the HTML? That's possible. HTML, funds int. Big caption. Looking for figure. So new figure, state elements, figure. Right, so it is still a figure. A new state elements, figure, inner HTML. New state dot content new state. So that's how it renders it. Theoretically, might be able to do that right here though. Without the new state stuff. I don't know. Let's give that a shot and see if that resolves it. Right, so let's refresh there. And we'll learn that go. Come on. Right, send. I'm gonna do a full send. And move this off screen, so let me bring that back. I'm gonna send. Okay. This updated. This one did not. That's several minutes ago, so it did not do the update balance. This stuff, update all funds balances. All right, let me see. So I'm gonna send some back. Yeah, that ain't updating now. You see the sent transaction, but it didn't update anymore, so I did not improve it. All right, let's do that. Hmm. Oh. I think I know what happened. I've been sending between these addresses so much that I'm outside of the range again. Hmm. Yeah, so I've only got 40 addresses here. I'm thinking I'm into the 60 or 80 range. Let's see, bulk. What? I swear I have something called, oh, batch. Why? Oh man, losing my mind here. I've got batch generate addresses. Batch address generate? Batch gen account addresses. This is that other stuff I need to work on, but gonna see if I can easily generate some more real quick. Batch gen account adders. Maybe it's this one I want. Wallet. That looks like it's happening no matter what. So if I actually go here and say batch size is, I don't know, let's try 80 for now. I'm gonna refresh and see what happens. Refresh. There we go. Now I've got 165. If I refresh that, hey, look, I got balance again. All right, I'm gonna undo that for now. Because now the addresses are generated and I'm not doing it one at a time. And that's what I wanted to avoid for now. Okay. So we've got funds again. I kind of want to do, make my life a little easier, is I want to find this one, copy URI. I'm going to send to there the full amount. Send, uh-oh. Well, crud. So for some reason that, okay, that worked. I'm okay with that. And that, okay. Not that one. Probably not that. Ooh, that's fun. Zoom out like that. Probably this one, eh? Or maybe that? No, that's got 97 confirmations. Definitely not that one. All right, so now we send most of the balance to the main 0 index. I'm actually going to come over here to this other one and also send the balance to that 0 index if I can. Right, send. Interesting. Okay, it did get it. That's good. All right. Now at least it's all in that main one. All right, so I'm gonna come back into main here and we're gonna re-enable this. So if the data transaction ID is in the sent transactions, we're gonna update that. Kind of thinking that I don't know. Might re-enable this for now. It did seem to at least partially work. And I'm going to disable this one because it seemed to more or less break things. And for now, I'm going to commit this stuff. So we've got main. Let's see. Actually, I want to remove or at least comment out that log. Probably this one. It's pretty dang noisy. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. And balance is not used anymore. Okay. We update the wallet funds. Might also go disable that because it doesn't exit early before that. So if I do this, I'll actually delete that. So it would exit early there. Keys. Okay. And I might let's refresh just to test this out. That's a little easier to read through. Now we can look at the keys if we want, but it's not half our freaking screen. And we've also got the balances there for the specific address. Cool. Okay, so what was our last commit message? Direction, improve, send precision. This time, I'm gonna do similar. Maybe I'll do chore? Or what? I'll do chore. UI. Clean. Okay. So we've got that pushed. Where's the window I'm wanting? So creating a new pull request, fix that. Let's see. Bug. Projects. Roadmap. And this is for, let's see. Number 41. Was there another? Number 41. And what was the other thing? Number 55. Number 55. Okay, so got that. Hmm. Fix the precision of sending partial fix the precision of sending funds when not sending the full amount, full wallet balance. All right, so let's create pull request. Boom. Let's see, has this already deployed? Looks like that's probably a yes. If I go here, say fix. Whoops, that's not gonna work. Got and dash. Right. Close that then. And we can say we do that and let's see. Ryan, please test this functionality. That there. Copy that. So all right, comment. And I'm going to open this other one. All right, please test this functionality and provide feedback. What? Actually, functionality at there and provide feedback. Right, comment. That is in this iteration right now. Okay. So that was the main goal for this stream. I don't think it's perfect. I think there's still some funkiness, but it's a lot better than what it was. lot better. Because I was able to test sending full and partial funds back and forth multiple times. That's a lot better. Let me also verify. I did re-enable that, didn't I? For the update all funds. Wait, not wallet. Main. Yeah, it's enabled. Okay, good. All right. So there's that. I think I can actually close this wallet now. So the old version, because now I've got it combined. And I'm gonna wrap up here. I've only been streaming almost 10 hours. Yeah, I'm rounding up a little bit, but it's pretty dang close. So, thank you all for tuning in. Please consider liking, following, sharing, subscribing, commenting, all that good stuff. And if you have any feedback, thinks I can do better at something, please let me know in the comments, and catch y'all next time. Later.